Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, that part always screws me up. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? VOD deleted. Good, good. Everything good? There's not enough gain there. Hold on. Let me try that one more time. No, that doesn't sound right either. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I got this. There we go. Ready? How does Johnny Be Good goes? It goes. There we go. All right, that's enough. Why can't we see you playing the guitar? Well, all I have to do is switch it to this screen, and that fixes it. Ready? Why are we listening to guitar practice? Oh, I don't know, because any music that I play just ends up getting claimed, so if I play badly enough, it doesn't claim any VODs. I don't know, because I thought you'd enjoy live music at the beginning of the stream. I don't know. I guess I was wrong. Guess I'll stop. Guess I was wrong. I guess I'll stop. I'm sorry. I thought this was America. It's because you play at 1.05 speed. Yeah. I gotta keep practicing. My fingers don't work as good if you don't practice. Not because I'm old. The fingers still work really well. Yannick, you've had 2 blackouts with 110 kilovolt power line plasma explosions this year. The concrete plates of the sidewalk were airborne. Oh, that's good. Actually, it's... Can I take the earplugs out now? You. How about that? You should take the earplugs and shove them up your...
My name is Jeff.
Yeah. Shove them up your Jeff. You see that ship 33 is moving? Yes. Yes, I did. Okay. All right. That was that. Yep. Ship 33 on the move. It is Okay, welcome to Derail. It is very windy and very rainy here today. Let me turn the compressors back on. Because you're gonna, well, I mean, actually, it could be nice and cozy. You can have that going, but it is superbly rainy and superbly windy here today. If the stream just suddenly drops, yeah, it's because I lost power. Yeah, that's what happened. So, all right. With that all being said, let's jump into Derail and let's get going. I have my coffee. And, yeah, we're making good progress. We hauled 1,300 tons up to the machine factory.
Discovery, no throttle.
Yeah, everything was gravy, for that. And, yeah, we got our machine parts for our demo DE6, and we're going to bring that back down and get that thing all fixed up. It was very cozy. I mean, we could. From what I heard, you all need the rain. Yeah, it's been quite dry up until this point, Ren. Yeah, the ground was hard as a rock until about 5 days ago, and now it's mud. VR today, I did not have time to get the VR figured out, Dean, to jive with like the Twitch chat correctly. So, yeah, no, probably not happening today, but nice hat. Oh yeah, drummer, I figured you'd appreciate it. I'm wearing this because we're playing Hearts of Iron for after hours today. Good afternoon. OVR toolkit is easy to set up. Yeah, no doubt, Dean. B Dean or other Dean, B Dean and Dean. Yeah, sure. It's easy to set up, not on stream. All right, so we just got our load up here. We got all the jobs paid out, and we have $500,000. So now what we should do is look for jobs here at the machine factory. We're at the machine factory right now. We should look for a job. I'd be willing to offer you a job that goes back to Harbor in Town or City South. Well, there's Harbor in Town. That's hauling semi-trailers to the harbor. Hey, Mats, what's going on? Are we gonna get the Railroads Online music again? You know what? That's a good call. It didn't flag anything on the VOD, so I mean. Let's roll. Did you pick up the boombox? No, I have not. I don't think we're going to need to because I got the Railroads music. There is in-game music. I'm aware of this. Snake, according to Twitch Recap, you watched me for 2,000 hours last year. Dude, I've streamed 2,300, Snake, which means you're here most of the time. And dude, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. I appreciate the support. I'm amazed people are still putting up with me despite, you know, not playing KSB and stuff, dude. I really, really appreciate it. I will say, intro to accounting is not fun. I guess. Yeah, JSP, right. Can you pay off your free debts now? The fees stuff is just the 16 and 20. That's just the locomotives. I just enjoy watching you play. I just enjoy watching you play sim games in general. Thank you. Also, today is your birthday. Happy birthday, Yannick. Also, thank you to everybody that commented on the Space News VOD. Well, I was checking it on the toilet this morning. I've been trying to get comment engagement going on YouTube, and telling everybody that I would read their comments when I'm on the toilet seems to have done the trick. So, thank you to everybody that commented. Hey, I'll take it. That's fine. Yeah, I've been trying to get, like, comments going, to try and boost the VODs a little bit, right? And yeah, that having discussions about space and space news and stuff, and you get like 1 or 2 comments. I told people I'd be reading the comments on the toilet, and there's like 10 of them. Actually, it's more like 5, but yeah. Hey, you know what? I'll take it. Progress. Alright. Okay, so we have number 16, we have number 20, we have the machine cart right there. It would be nice to get a job that goes back down. It'd be nice to get a job that goes back down, but to City South, but I think there's one for Harbor in town, and that seems to be the highest paying job out here, and it's just moving semis. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay. Hey, Snake, that's you want one of the good keys to streaming? Become someone's background noise. Something they could just put on. They could just leave it on in the background, and it's audio for their entire work shift. Believe me, that works. When YouTube membies. I have to go look and make sure that I got all the tax stuff figured out correctly for the YouTubes. But, yeah. Alright. So we have stuff that's going to the sawmill. The sawmill's way up north. We don't want that. Machine factory, machine factory. That's just those two are the stuff I just brought in. I don't want to do that. That's a waste of time. 20,000 should justify the cost. What are my fees at for the locos? Yeah, okay. Excited about IFT7? Yeah, of course, Star. Any Starship flight I'm pumped about, dude. You know that. Yeah, see? Number 20 has been very loyal for us. And then we also have the Slug, which is pretty cool. The Slug is just doing its thing. No, it's just absurd that that's what it takes to get people to comment on a YouTube video, King. But hey, whatever, you know? Like, if it works. Alright. Well, it seems like hauling the trailers to Harbor in town seems to be my best bet. What is the Slug? The Slug is a tractive effort.
Discovery.
Tractive effort booster. It's basically a big concrete block sitting on the top of on a locomotive. Like the bottom part here is locomotive, just like that, but it's missing the cab and it's missing the engine and the generator. What you do is you take the slug and you plug the slug into a locomotive, and the slug has traction motors in it. These wheels are powered, but you have to plug it into a diesel generator to get them to power correctly. This increases your traction. This would be like if a truck had another axle to set down. Like sometimes trucks, I don't know if you guys have seen like a dump truck rolling around. A dump truck has like 2 axles at the back, and then it has a third wheel that's kind of up in the air. If you're hauling something heavy, they can put that third axle down to get more traction. So you can move whatever you're hauling. That is the equivalent of that. That's like having a third axle for the train. It's more like, I'd say it's more like American Truck Simulator than anything. But what makes Derail really good is the simulation is great. The sim is excellent for what it is. It's really, really good sim. So it's an SPMT. Basically an SPMT for trains. Yeah, that would be a good way to look at that, Margon. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's an SPMT for trains. Can we go to the store? Sure, James. Self-propelled modular transporter, Pigeon. It's those things that SpaceX uses to move their rockets around. It just basically looks like a trailer with a bunch of wheels, but yeah, they're all powered and stuff. Where's the store? Okay, the store is over here. Was that the right one? Yes, it was. Okay. Should put this on a rocket train. Nodders. There's the store. What's in the store, dude? What do you want here? Oh, we can buy the paint job, I think. The demo paint job is not at this store. What kind of train is used to move Soyuz? That's a TEM. It's a T3M2. Oh, no. It's not T3. It's a TEM2, excuse me. It's that. That's a TEM2. It's a diesel electric locomotive. It's based off of an Alco RSD1 because the US government paid American Locomotive Company or American Locomotive Corporation to lend lease Alco RSDs to the Soviet Union. So, yeah, we gave them a lot of diesels. Yeah, see, locomotive can be seen as a descendant of the DA units imported under Lend-Lease during World War II. See? Yeah. Those are the ones that move Soyuz. Here. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not an Alco locomotive at this point. It's domestically made, but it's derived from an Alco RSD, which was a very, very good diesel locomotive. Yeah, T3M2 is a very strong, very, very good locomotive. So, you have your car here. This is a power cart right here. Power and HVAC to make sure that the rocket's powered on when it's being transported, and you have climate control systems inside of the spacecraft. Spacecrafts aren't really designed to work down here unless it's like a space shuttle or something. Or Buran, I guess, because we're looking at Russian stuff. They're really not designed to operate down here, so they got to keep them nice and cool. They can overheat. They're designed to work in the vacuum. So yeah, when they're towing Soyuz, they have a TEM2, the HVAC cart, a flat car. Yeah, there's a flat car in there, and then the rocket. A flat car for spacing, believe it or not, because you don't need your launch escape system hitting your HVAC and power cart when you're going around a corner. Fun Romanian fact. Romania had a few locomotives that were built for a short while, which those locos had Alco components. Yeah, Alco was a huge, Alco was a gigantic locomotive manufacturing conglomerate. They went belly up in 1969. The reason why is because they were late to the game for pivoting to making diesels. Alco was one of the biggest steam locomotive manufacturers, and they didn't pivot into diesel engines in time. They tried to double down on steam, and it basically screwed the company. When they did make diesel locomotives, though, they weren't able to employ them in mass, and they basically got their lunch eaten by EMD, which is the locomotive we're using right now. The DE6 is an EMD. There you go, Alangar, right on. Alco was built really, really great diesel, big industrial diesels. Fun fact, NASA's crawler transporter uses Alco diesels in it to this day. Those Alco diesels that are inside of the NASA's crawler transporter have been working for 50 plus years. Yeah, they're fine. And 2 Alco 261C diesel motors are enough to move 16 million pounds. They're really good locomotives. They're really good engines, I should say. Big old industrial diesels. Really good stuff. They don't make things like they used to. Yeah. Yeah, Alco's headquarters was in Schenectady. It was a big, gigantic locomotive plant, and now it's mixed-use hipster apartments, which just... not bitter. Not bitter at all! So uncool, dude. It's not as bad as looking at Bethlehem, though. Bethlehem's... I'm not even from Pennsylvania, and that makes me angry. get a little upset. Yeah. Okay. We won't talk about that. But yeah, there you go. Read what Tessa said about remotes. Yo, EJ, get a few of these remote receivers from the store. Those are for the DE6. You'll need one as a sender, and then one for each DE6 as a receiver that isn't directly connected to one another. Tessa, we'll wait till we get back down to the machine factory. Yeah, we can set up DPUs, which is what we want. That would be super useful. You can only get them here. A few of those remote receivers. Okay. What is the limiting factor to length of locomotive, not train, and why? Corners. Corners. Is it the curvature? Yeah. Yeah. It's the radius of the turns on the lines that they're operating on, Baz. That's the reason why the big boy, for instance, Tessa, I'll do that in a second. So the big boy, this is called an articulated steam locomotive. Which just, I'm so happy that 4014 is working. So, okay, the big boy is a gigantic 4-cylinder external combustion engine. It's a 4-cylinder. There's 2 cylinders on either side, so 1 and 2. The first set of 2 up here is a drive mechanism from a 4-axle steam locomotive. But this whole thing is on a giant upside-down turret. Yeah, there's a huge pivoting kingpin in here, And fun fact, the kingpin is actually hollow, and the steam from the boiler goes through it, and it goes down into the cylinders. This whole part on the front here can pivot like a... actually, I was going to say like a train, but that doesn't really help. So, like, the back two engines stay fixed, and the front two engines can actually go like this. The reason why, like 4014, for instance, the reason why 4014 was only this long and only that big is because this is about as big as you can make a locomotive and have it operate on American freight lines usefully without re-engineering your track. The track is what takes the longest to freaking do. Like, you know, just how you'd build a car for the road, right? You'd build the car for a certain type of road. So, yeah, locomotive design is denoted by the tightest corners on tracks. So, the big boy, for instance, is, if I'm understanding this correctly, it's built for a stretch of track out west called Donner Pass. That's really what it was made for. It was made to haul cars through Donner Pass. Donner Pass is, yeah, mountainous. Okay, see the tracks? Or that's the highway. Where's the tracks? Yeah. I don't think the tracks go through there anymore. Oh yeah, no, they made a tunnel instead. So, see that track? The big boy was built specifically to haul stuff through Donner Pass. It was supposed to be one locomotive that could pull a gigantic freight train through Donner Pass into California. The U.S. has this thing here with our trains. And it's been this way, you know, people are going to try to turn this into a conversation about high-speed rail or something, whatever. Basically, well, it's really easy to see from this picture, but basically from here to about here, it's notoriously difficult to make any railroad tracks go through here. The mountain range is in the way, the Rocky Mountains. It is a big, big, big mountain range. Not to say that it couldn't be done. Of course it could be done. We've done it. But that, yeah, that is a really, it's really hard to make train tracks go through and around mountains. That's a difficult thing to do. Comparatively to over here, easy to run train tracks mostly through here because it's flat. You just, and there are train tracks out here, guys, that basically just go straight for miles. Literally thousands of kilometers. The tracks are just straight. See? That track is just following this river. Or, yeah, see? It just, you can see it go straight for miles and miles and miles and miles. So, yeah, that was a huge thing. So, in the late 1800s, actually, getting goods and stuff out here and building a connection. Because before 1865, you had to ship trains on a boat. Right? This is before the Panama Canal, guys. You had to ship trains on a boat all the way around here, and then have the trains drop off over here, and then have the trains move around. It wasn't until 1865 that the U.S. completed the Transcontinental Railroad in Promontory Point, which is near Ogden, Utah. Yeah, see? Promontory Point's right there. That right here is where the first Transcontinental Railroad was completed. Basically something that connected the East and the West Coast via trains. Fun fact, I said it's near Ogden. Ogden, Utah, to tie this back into the space program, is where SRBs are manufactured for SLS and the space shuttle previously. And a bunch of other things, but yeah. Yeah, Ogden has Northrop Grumman's SRB manufacturing facilities out here somewhere. They're out here in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, Promontory Point here is where East and West met. The original track I don't think is there anymore. I think it's up here somewhere. The original right of way, but You get the idea. Well, the Pepcon explosion was around here, Tessa, but yeah, it wasn't exactly there. Where are those SRB manufacturing? Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, it's way up there. So, cool thing here to tie this all together. Solid rocket boosters are moved by trains, and it actually connects into the original right-of-way from the Transcontinental Railroad. If you look out here, this is Northrop Grumman's SRB testing facility. See all these little things out here? They're all SRB test stands. And there are big ones out here. That one. That's the one where they test SLS's SRBs. You could tell it's a powerful SRB test stand because it cut a hole in the side of the mountain from where the exhaust goes off. See? Okay, if we were playing Minecraft, the rocket engine exhaust firing got you down to sedimentary bedrock real quick. It basically blew off all the topsoil. See the sedimentary right there? See the layers? Yeah, that's bedrock. Yeah, it basically cut a hole in the side of the mountain. That's where they test SRBs. Right there. Fun fact. Yeah, the Golden Spike National Park. It's not far from here, but yeah. So, Baz, sorry, this kind of went on a little bit of a tangent, but long story short, a lot of American locomotives are built to negotiate this. They're built to negotiate the mountains, because if you can negotiate the mountains anywhere else, is easy. Yeah. The big boy was built for Donner Pass, and Cajon Pass, too. Cajon Pass is actually, I've streamed driving up Cajon Pass before. Because from here to here, you're looking at about a 3,000 foot or about 1,000 meter change in elevation. Down here in the LA basin, you're basically at sea level. And then there's a huge high desert right here. That's Palmdale, where we talked about that the other day. But Cajon Pass is the way to get up there. Ernock and I streamed driving up this. And Brimo and I actually drove up this during Route 154. See the tracks? That's a huge grade. Without Cajon Pass and Donner Pass, yeah, we lose a lot of vital connections to the East Coast via rail. The railroads are built for that. Or the locomotives are built for that, excuse me. You cross the San Andreas Fault. Yeah, you can actually see the dang fault line. It's right there. See it? Yeah. Cajon Pass is... Yeah, without Cajon Pass, let's just say your Amazon stuff, the stuff that you buy on Amazon, would be a lot more expensive. Because all the stuff that you get from Amazon basically travels via train up this damn thing. Cool thing, you can see the original train track right away, and then you can see the upgraded train tracks that they built. Another cool thing, right? So you could see there's a story in this picture right here. Just on a quick side note, we'll get back to Derail in a moment. There's a story in this picture. The railroad tracks were the first thing through here, and maybe a walking path. But Cajon Pass was cut out by a huge river, right? You could see that there was a river here at one point because it was there were lakes in the high desert. They're all dry lake beds now, right? You could see that this was the natural pass that water carved, right? And they built the railroad tracks, the original right-of-way for the railroad tracks, they built those following the river, right? And then they built more railroad tracks. And then they built Route 66. That's Route 66 right there. See that? And then interstate highway system came along and they built I-40, the highway. Tells a story right there. The river was first, then trains, then more trains, then cars, then more cars. Story of the U.S. in a nutshell. That's Route 66 right there. The smooth curves and grading are making me miss your perfect techniques in railroads. Now rockets, and more rockets. That's right, Press. Yep, progression of travel. Water first, train second, cars third. Nobody ever traveled up in this. This riverbed was way dry by the time humans came around. To talk geology for a second, at one point, there was a gigantic ocean right here. You can kind of see where it was, more or less. There was a huge body of water here at one point, and it all drained. It drained down into Gulf of California, and it drained through Cajon Pass and everything else. There also was a huge inland ocean right here. See that? You could see where that big freaking inland ocean was. It was right here, and it was up in here. It was up there too, at one point. We're talking stuff like as big as the Great Lakes out here, but they dried up a long time ago. Well, was it saltwater or freshwater? It was saltwater. Because Salt Lake. It was saltwater at one point, dude. Fun fact, if the desert gets a lot of rain, the rivers start filling, or the lake beds start filling up again. Yeah. So yeah, that's what carved Cajon Pass out. That and plate tectonics, if you really want to know. The fault line goes right through there. That's why it's the low point. So I'll bet you the fault line was probably there, and the fault line probably caused a crack that caused the river to drain out, if I had to guess. But yeah, see this right here? See how you can see a big straight line right there? That's the San Andreas Fault. Yeah. That right there is why California gets earthquakes. That whole thing. Yeah, remember, we live on a gigantic jello mold of like molten hot nickel, iron, and rocks. All we are is sitting on the cool crust of this gigantic jello mold of molten rock. Yeah, Earth's a big jello mold. Of nickel and iron, though. It's nickel and iron jello. Don't eat it. Not good for you. Anyway, big boy. Yeah, see? Locomotive length has everything to do with plate tectonics. Yeah, how's that for a trip? Yeah, you weren't expecting that tangent, were you? Liquid hot magma. That's right, Arg. Earth is a giant liquid iron, molten iron and molten nickel iron core. A gigantic superheated jello mold. When you think about it like that Earth is this jello mold that kind of weeble wobbles around and it's also spinning, plate tectonics makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Yeah. All the fault line is just pieces of the cooler crust just colliding with each other because the jello mold's always jiggling around. That's what makes earthquakes. What actually started the spin? Most likely getting hit from something really big. Most likely. Yeah. Okay, where are those trailers? That's what I'm going to find. Hey, I want to go up the stairs. I'm learning so much, thank you. You're welcome, fan. You forgot to buy the wireless MUs. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, EVA, dude, space is a really violent place. Stuff blows up all the time. And all of it is surrounding a gigantic fusion reactor that's constantly exploding. Well, fusing, it's not exploding at all. Is there anything that you don't know about? Yes. Anti-wheel slip, I don't need that. Tessa, we need a couple of those, boys. You know what? I'd prefer to get the DE6 to... I don't know how much it's going to cost to restore that DE6, so I think I'm going to go... I think we're going to drive down there and get it first. Grab 3? I don't know if that leaves enough to restore the locomotive, dude. Tessa, I'm going to hold off on that. We'll fast travel up here again if we need it. Let's look at the station map. There are things I don't know, but I don't know what they are. That's right. Yeah. Seriously, if you want to learn a lot about a lot of different things, the first thing you got to figure out is that you know nothing. There's what you know, and then there's what you think you don't know, and then there's what you actually don't know. Once you understand that you know dick, learning is a lot easier. You remove that whole ego thing from the equation, it becomes a lot easier to learn. Trust me on that one. Where the heck are those trailers? Oh, there they are. Spacebar just joined. What is this? This is American Truck Simulator, but with trains. I know Dick. He's the nicest neighbor you ever had. Yeah, no, Dick's a good guy. Oh, she was already on. All right. All right, let's go grab that trailer job and then let's haul down to the harbor. Yeah, you want to learn, you really want to learn things, throw your ego out the window. Because there's always going to be somebody that knows way more about something than you. Especially on the internet, trust me on that one. Alright, let's go. Is that how diesel electric generators actually look? Well, that's the motor. Sig, that's a motor for the, that's a motor for one of those. Yeah. It's a big electromotive diesel motor. Yeah. Good stuff. Bad boy in first. The brake. $50,000 engine rebuild, son. I'm actually wondering if there's a Y here that we can turn around on. Yeah, but it's on D. Balls. I don't think it should be a big deal. Yeah, Rojo, I am. I wonder how complicated it would be to transport something like the shuttle on rail. The shuttle is much too wide to transport on one track, T-Man. You'd need like 4 tracks wide to handle the wingspan. Don't care about level crossings now? B5. Neutral. Hey Kelly, what's going on, bud? Why does the DMU have a damn car horn? Because it's a bus that some crazy Russian decided to put on train wheels. And then the derail guys decided to rip the back of the bus off. Like, look, it has this room here. Who knows what the hell that's for? Supposed to be a toilet or something? I don't know. Put it in second. It even shifts like a freaking car. It's more handy to carry this than a,
Discovery, go
it's more handy to carry this thing than it is a, than the flat car, though. Hey, Striker, 84-month resub. Thank you. You know he would have a model train set in his garage. Okay, let's get back into... what are we in, number 20? Yeah, 20. Slug, brakes are off. Brakes off on 16. Actually, no, put the brake back on here on 20. I have to go back over here. We can shut the pig off. Triple engine train, why? I used it to haul a gigantic freight train up here and make 500 grand. You can say whatever you want about American locomotives. They're designed to do work. At least the older stuff. I mean, the newer stuff is too. They're designed to do work. Do a lot of work. The D6s, I mean, like, the D6s with the slug, you can't lose. Yeah, they cost a lot to operate, but they can also pull a lot. Okay. Okay, sound the bell, configure the lights. Lights are good. Pneumatic pressure is good. Okay. What's the slug? It's a tractive effort booster, Rojo. You plug it into a locomotive, and the wheels on that slug are powered, but it has no engine. So if you plug it into a diesel electric, you have more traction. You basically can put more power down off of one diesel engine. I have 2 feeding the slug right now, so we have a ton of traction. We basically, you use it to pull a much bigger freight train around. How frequently are they used in real life? Slugs aren't really used a lot anymore, Drummer. with computerization and stuff, they really don't use them too much. What they do is all the locomotives are kind of linked together. I blame the game My Garage to like the look of a 67 Highboy. It's a good truck. It's not a B unit. A B unit would have a power source on it. So like, okay, think about different configurations of locomotives. You have your kind of vanilla model locomotive, which is a diesel generator, traction motors, and a cab, okay? A B unit is all of that minus the cab. A slug is all of that minus the cab and the engine. The bottom half of this is locomotive. The top half is just a weight. So, if you plug the slug into something that has a diesel, you can move electrical power to those traction motors right there. And because there's a big counterweight on the top here, you're able to put more power down. Question, will jobs be completed in the background? If you leave and come back, sure. The name of the game with trains is traction. Traction is simultaneously the train's greatest strength and the greatest weakness. It's a strength because, look, it doesn't take a lot to get this moving. Actually, it takes a lot of energy to get it moving. Once the train has momentum, it can basically go forever because you have a metal wheel on a metal track. Not a lot of friction there. It's in physics, it's called low rolling resistance. The train's low rolling resistance means, I mean, guys, think about what we're doing here. These locomotives aren't light. The locomotives in the slug, this has got to be 100 tons. I mean, actually, hold on. I'll be able to get you that information. Give me 1 second. We can look at the vehicle catalog. Each locomotive with a full tank of gas is 125 tons. So we're moving over 250 tons here. There's 250 tons of train moving down the track right now, effortlessly. Because metal wheel on a metal track, right? Trains are super efficient in this regard. It does not take a lot to move. What takes a lot to move it, but once you get moving, it doesn't take a lot to keep it going. Right? So simultaneously, so that's its strength. Once you get going, you don't need a lot of power. You don't need to burn a lot of dinosaur juice to keep the thing going, right? Because of the low rolling resistance. Trains can just glide forever, basically. Well, not forever, but they can go for a really long time comparatively to like a car, which is a rubber tire on an asphalt road. That has very high rolling resistance. Cars will, if a train was going 60 miles an hour and a car was going 60 miles an hour, provided they had the same exact mass, if you take off power, right, the car is gonna, your 250 ton car is gonna stop a lot quicker than your 250 ton train, all right? So that's the benefit of a train. It's very efficient. You can move lots of cargo, right? You can move thousands of tons of cargo for not a lot of energy consumed, right? That's the strength. The weakness here is if you lose traction. Because you have a metal wheel on a metal track, it's really easy to have wheel slip. Basically a train burnout. A train burnout is bad. Oh, gotta nudge you forward a little bit. You start burning the wheels, gonna have a bad day. And if you're hauling, say you're hauling a train down a hill, right? And you put the brakes on, it's really easy to lock up the wheel. So what overcomes this problem? Like, how do you compensate for that? You compensate for that by making your trains extremely freaking heavy. Trains are big and bulky on purpose. It doesn't matter if it's high-speed rail, doesn't matter if it's a 50-year-old diesel locomotive or a steam engine from 100 years ago. They're intentionally built extremely heavy because it's easy to get that mass moving, relatively easy to get that mass moving, but it's a lot harder to put the traction down. That's why a locomotive is measured in tractive effort for its effectiveness. It's not how much horsepower it's making. It's how effectively that power can be put down onto the rails. So, it's easy to get a train going. It's harder to get the thing to stop. You know, because you have low rolling resistance, that can work for, it works for you, but it also can work very much against you if you don't know what you're doing. Trains can build up a lot of momentum. They can build up a lot of kinetic energy, right? Because it's very easy to get it moving. And once it starts moving, it doesn't want to stop. Object in motion wants to stay in motion, right? It's physics. Basic physics here. Right? So a train can be really, really useful, right? But if you don't know what you're doing, it's really easy to make a runaway train. You can burn out your traction motors and burn out your brakes if you get going too fast, which is why you don't see me ever go too fast with these things. So, the Achilles heel and the biggest strength of the train is, like I said, simultaneously, it's the low rolling resistance. Low rolling resistance makes trains very efficient, but it also makes them very easy to lose control. It's very easy to lose control of the train. And oftentimes, to an inexperienced operator, like in real life and in Derail, I suppose too, you won't realize that you've lost control until it happens, until you go off the rails. Cut out the brakes on the pig here. Make sure the pig is totally set to neutral. There we go. Brakes are off here. Brakes are off there. Fuel's cut out. All right. Let's tow. Do you always keep both engines running, or only when the extra power is needed? I could probably shut off number 16. We could probably shut off 16 if we really wanted to. Yeah, we don't really need this thing running right now. We could hit the fuel cutout. Yeah, that's fine. We only really need that when we're hauling. Heck, we could probably shut the slug out too, but... How does the fuel consumption compare? One hard-working engine versus two? Your fuel consumption would be more with two engines on. Hypersonic. Yeah. Okay, let's get going. Yeah, you can also flat spot a wheel. You flat spot a wheel, the train isn't gonna work very well. It'll go dunk, 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 dunk. Yeah, exactly. The hypersonic, in real life and in Derail, this is one of the things that Derail actually models. Actually, I don't, you know what? Mogami Pro, I actually don't know if that actually does it in Derail. I would assume that it does because the simulation is pretty high fidelity. Starting a diesel engine is very inefficient.
It's a very energy involved process. It actually is more efficient, and you actually have less fuel consumption to let the things idle. It's so funny, dude. I've seen urban exploration videos like on YouTube of guys like out in the desert, and they just find a random diesel locomotive that's on, and they're like, I can't believe somebody abandoned this. I can't believe somebody abandoned it with the engine running. We live in a society. They're keeping the diesel engine on because it's more efficient. Keeps everything nice and at operating temperature. That's actually more efficient than the startup process. I don't know if Derail does that, but I've been just kind of going off the premise that it does. What do you think the max metal thickness a welder made out of a diesel electric locomotive could weld? Yes. Yeah, drummer, I assumed that was what was going on. Would a gas turbine electric have the same operating temperature problems? Maybe. I tell you what, dude, they did try. Union Pacific did try a jet-engined locomotive. It's actually not the worst, but the GTEL, that's got a gigantic. It basically has the power plant from an oil rig in it. There's a jet engine in there. Yeah, and it uses, but the thing is that it uses bunker C fuel oil, which is just horribly inefficient. I would contend to say right now, turbine technology has gotten so much better. You can make one of these run off Jet A and it would be way better. Way more fuel efficient. But yeah, GTELs. Oh look, an electric car. Odd news for Escapade. Yeah. Yeah, look. There was a time where a jet engine locomotive was operating at the same time as a big boy. Would an engine from a tank be just as good for a locomotive? Which tank? I mean the type of engine, not necessarily the engine. Well, a lot of tanks use diesel. A lot of modern tanks have diesel engines in them. Or you could be like the Abrams, which has a helicopter engine in it, believe it or not. Similar engine to a Chinook. I know what people are gonna say. Why would you put a helicopter engine in your tank? Well, first of all, helicopter engines make tons of power. You need a lot of power to make a helicopter. Yeah, they basically beat the air into submission. Like, they're an affront to physics. So helicopter engines, which are gas turbines, generally make a lot of power. Second part of that is battlefield logistics are a lot easier when you have one type of fuel for everything. So instead of bringing diesel fuel for the tank, jet fuel for your helicopter, gasoline for your like truck, right? You could basically make everything run off whatever. All the military vehicles are built like that. They're all built to basically use a similar fuel to make fuel logistics a lot easier. Just like how you'd standardize your ammunition. 5.56, etc., etc. You guys know the drill. I mean, they're moving away from it. I think they're moving to 6.5 blackout or something. Fun fact, power systems on military trucks are all very similar. They're all 24-volt systems that are derived from aircraft. So, like, you could jumpstart a tank with a helicopter. Or jumpstart a tank with a Humvee. Or jumpstart a helicopter with a Humvee. It's all built like that on purpose. So drummer, yeah, you could probably make a locomotive work with a helicopter engine, sure. Once again, they tried turbine electrics in the 50s when turbines were basically in their infancy, right? Whittle invented the first turbine in the late 30s, and they started building G-Tels in the late 40s into the early 50s. And then they abandoned it because they were so ridiculously inefficient. They were ridiculously inefficient because the jet engine requires a lot of fuel just to idle. If you're using the locomotive, then it works really well. But also, it's a turbine from the damn 50s. That is a really good way to break your traction motors, what I just did there. You have to hit the reverser first, dummy. Oh, crap, I flipped the breaker. Yeah, that was a dumb thing to do. We should be okay. Yeah, that was the locomotive equivalent of a money shift. We're good now, though. So, like, nowadays, you could probably make a turbine electric locomotive, with a battery bank. It would probably work really well. Turbine technology has advanced a lot over the last 50 years. Actually, it's more like 70 at this point, but you get the idea. What about a rocket train? The type of power consumption that a train uses would make a rocket engine not ideal. You need something that can generate a lot of power, or generate a little amount of power over a very long period of time. Rocket engines don't do that. They generate a ton, they make a ton of energy really, really fast. Yeah, they tried to put, at one point they tried to put jet engines on the top of a train, which, alright. I don't know what that is, aggro. This is what the weather is outside right now. It's just clammy and windy and gross. No, this side. I'm gonna use this Y to turn the train around. Yeah, we got a wind advisory, so if I suddenly lose power, guys, you know what happened. Or if I suddenly go offline, you know what happened. Does the power supply work? The uninterrupted power supply? Yeah, but it only worked for so long. My computers suck up a lot of power. That is the jet engine to the top train. Oh. Neat. Alright, we just gotta make sure if we're using the Y to turn around that we put ourselves on a siding where there isn't things. We don't have an incredibly long consist here. Oh, speaking of that. It looked like a cross between like a T-72, a Leopard, and an Abrams. Man, I hope we have enough. I hope we have enough siding. I think we do. It's very possible that we don't, though. In which case, yeah, this Y isn't good enough. Can you drive the tank? No. Yeah, I think we'll have enough room. Should be good. We're just turning around on a military base. I don't know why there's a Neva on the military base, but whatever. His off-road vehicle is nice. A windmill on my garage would be nice right now. Yeah. Yeah, David, we'll see. I need to get the front... We need to get number 20 basically to right here. Great success. Very nice. Why did they move it? Yeah, it's gonna be tight, Dave. I think we'll get it. Barely. I think we'll get it. I'm going very slow because you don't want to accordion your train. In any scenario, that's a losing decision. What job are we doing now? I'm gonna head back to City South, and we're gonna drop off a small consist just to offset the operating cost of getting the 2 DE6s and the machine parts back down there. I'm gonna offset the cost by, I have a small trailer job here.
Go and throttle up.
That's gonna drop this stuff off at the harbor in town. Vasia, 69-month resub. Yes. Yes, normalno. Хорошо. Okay, we are clear. How much room did we end up having? Dude, it's tight. It's very tight. That's super close. East tank. Yes, comrade, I have idea. Put fuel on back of tank. Yes, put fuel on back of tank. How about we don't put the fuel on the outside of the tank, guys? That's probably not the best decision. No, it's fine. Yeah, that's what yeah, those are extra fuel tanks. Yeah, external tanks for your tank. That, you know, never mind that this thing goes into battle and shoots at things and gets shot at, you know. No problem. Was that a helicopter pad? Yeah. Yo, I heard you like tanks, so we put a tank on your tank. Alright, set in for the long haul. Sure, Sig. Were there any popular locomotives that didn't use diesel electric? Where it was a straight engine to the gearbox? Yeah, that's called the diesel mechanical, Flykin, yes. There is a diesel mechanical in this game, and you have to shift it as much as a semi-truck. I tried it once, money shifted it by accident, blew up the entire drivetrain, and then promptly never used it again. That was a long time ago. Yeah, the game has a diesel hydraulic. They have a hydraulic engine too. What do you use for shunting jobs? Just use the DE6 for everything hypersonic. It's more complicated logistics using more than one locomotive. The DE6 can do everything. What is a diesel hydraulic? It is a diesel engine attached to a power takeoff that creates hydraulic pressure that has a motor that has a hydraulic valves that open and close to make the motor spin. Yeah. Do you require a security clearance for going into the base asking for a friend? You do. You don't have to request clearance to go in. I'm not sure about using the tracks, but to haul military payloads, you do need a special cert, and I don't think I have it. We should probably resupply, which means we gotta uncouple the consist and then take this thing over to the fueling station, which is no, these diesel engines burn oil too. I don't recall. I actually don't know. I don't know if this diesel is like two-stroke or something. If it's two-stroke, then yeah, yeah, we're going to use a lot of oil. Or if they just have an open loop lubrication system. I don't remember. I'd have to go look. Yeah, see, there's a, that's a DH4 right there. That has hydraulic motors in the bogies. Yeah, if it's two-stroke, it's mixing the fuel and oil in like 2-to-1, and the fuel lubricates the engine, which means it's technically open loop. Alright. Let me check on the fuel on number 16. Should be enough. We could always run this, but then again, it's gonna, yeah, should just refuel it. Maybe just refuel number 20. The Slug doesn't use any oil now. Where's our resupply? Okay, it's in the rail house. Yeah, we'll just pay to resupply the whole thing. That center thing, Flacken. Alright, let's go forward. Yeah, RC, I agree. Let's just refuel the whole shebang-a-bang. We're gonna take a little bit of a monetary hit, but it's alright. We made 200 grand in chains. It ain't gonna cost 200 to resupply this, and we're gonna offset this cost with those trailers that we're hauling as well. Push back a little bit. We went a little too far. No. Hellfish never. Okay. Engage the dynamic brake. Engage air brakes. Okay. Turn off the dynamic brake, keep the brakes engaged. We're gonna uncouple the trailer consist here just for a second. So let's enable the manual brakes before we start fudging around with the pneumatics. We're gonna uncouple for a second because we're gonna bring 16 and 20 over to... Alleviate the pneumatic pressure out of all the cars. Okay. Manual brakes are set. Pneumatic pressure alleviated on the consist. Back up. Bell is on. Undo the brakes. 2 honks. Because technically that's the front of the train. You have to separate the lead engine to get it to maintenance. I don't think you do. Okay. Well, we'll see, mate. Could you explain what the slug does? RQ again. Is a slug only a weight without any engine to increase traction? No, it's a weight with an engine. But, Hooded, here's the thing. Okay, so, look. We're in a diesel-electric locomotive. We have a gigantic, big, honking 2-stroke diesel on the top of this thing, right? And that's attached to a generator that generates DC power. You can see what you're generating actually right there, if you really want to know. Right now, I'm not generating anything because I'm just coasting. And over here is where you could see the diesel engine RPM if it was on. This locomotive, I have the diesel engine off. Number 20, which is the locomotive back there, is pushing us all right now because all these engines are connected together. You can electrically kind of link them together, which is part of the reason why steam engines got phased out so ridiculously fast. Diesel engines, you can just couple them together and make more power. Now, that's 2 locomotives. So what the hell does the slug do? Okay, so the slug from the floor, from that floor down, is a diesel locomotive. But it's missing the diesel part. So remember, we have that big diesel engine that's generating electric power, and that electric power gets transmitted to what's called a traction motor. There's a huge industrial DC electric motor built into the bogies on this thing. The bogies are the parts of the wheels that move, right? There's a huge traction motor down there, and the traction motor is geared to all the wheels. There could be 2, it depends on the design. I think this one has 2 traction motors up front and 2 traction motors in the back, or it could just have 2 up front. It depends, right? So, the slug is just the traction motors. On top of the slug, you have a resistance element, so you can dynamically brake with it, but there's basically just a big counterweight in there. So, it is a diesel, it's a diesel electric minus the diesel part. So how do you get a slug to move? You get a slug to move by connecting it. Remember, I told you these could all connect together. The slug will give you more traction, right? It gives you more traction, but it doesn't give you more power. You're able to put the power that you have down more effectively. Why would you do this? Why do you have this thing? Well, if you're negotiating a certain type of terrain where you don't necessarily have more power, like maybe a long hill or something, it's good to have the traction, but don't necessarily need extra power. I would use the slug if you're not necessarily going up a big hill, but you're going up a long hill, and we were to this job, which is why I got the slug. It gives you more traction. You plug in a locomotive, a diesel electric locomotive, into the slug, and that diesel is now powering 4 bogies instead of just 2. Make sense? So, Yeah, you could use the slug for yard shunting as well. If you plugged a smaller switcher locomotive into the slug, you could use it to move around big freight trains with a small locomotive. Yeah, okay, Sneaky. We'll see. I just really need tile maintenance to just not be a thing anymore, but... Alright. Nothing would... Sneaky, nothing would make me happier than to see a City Skylines redemption arc. Okay? Okay, sound the bell. Alright, we are out of the locomotive consist, so... Engage the manual brakes. Alright. Hook us up. Almost no wear on the electrical and mechanical powertrain. Wheels, next to nothing. Body, no damage. We need to refill the oil. What type of locomotive you prefer? This single cab one or dual cab like the Toaster? I like the DE6. The DE6 is my favorite locomotive in this game because it's useful. That's my favorite thing about it. The DE6 does everything. The only thing that it doesn't do is have remote control operation. We're gonna fix that soon. I'll teach you guys about dynamic power unit, because I'll teach you guys about DPUs and how they work. So eventually, with like kind of diesel locomotive, like the tech tree, the diesel locomotives I told you could be connected together. So there is another thing aside from the slug. So Hooded, if you're still here, the slug from here down is a diesel locomotive. Those are traction motor. Those motors are powered, just like that is. But there's no diesel. You have to plug it in electrically, right? Not in this game, but something that diesel engines did utilize originally is something called a B unit. A B unit is this exact same thing with a diesel engine on the top, but no cab. It's a locomotive without the cab. To get the B unit to work, you have to plug it in, and then you can have one cab controlling two locomotives. That was the meta with diesel locomotives for a little while. You have one cab, and then you can attach as many B units as you need to pull any type of train that you need. They figured out that works. So like here, if we look at an EMD F1, they were notorious for having B units. Okay. Look, so the idea is that you have one cab and you can add more power by adding B units depending on the length of the train. Actually a pretty smart idea, right? That's pretty smart. You only need to make one cab. And then they realized, why are we making B units? Why not just make one type of locomotive? Just make one. Just make one of these and just have them all be able to be linked together. And that's the meta that you see for modern locomotives. You don't necessarily see B units anymore. Those aren't around. Because why have your locomotive assembly line making B units and then switching back to making this? Why not just make this every time? You make this every time, you know, you can just move the B units around individually, which brings us to modern freight trains, where there's just you just couple up as many locomotives as you need to pull any train that you need. There's no need for a B unit, so you don't really see them anymore. And for what it's worth, you don't really see slugs anymore either. It just makes sense to just mass produce one thing. Why have an assembly line that makes A units, B units, and slugs? That doesn't make any sense. So they eventually, EMD themselves just figured, just make one locomotive. There's no need to make an FA and an FB. That's stupid. So they just started making one type. You make one type of locomotive and you just keep going. And that, well, with EMD, they have the SD40. SD40-2 is the G16's grandson, basically. And then there's an SD70, which is its great-grandson. SD70s are amazing locomotives. Very good for the time. And then they have, I forget what the newer ones are. The SD70 ACEs, I think. Yeah. That right there is the great-grandson of the locomotives that we're using right now. 4006 right there. Bless you. Thank you. Yep. You can tell an SD70 because the resistance element is like angled. See that? See how it has this huge angled resistance element? That's how you can tell an SD70 from anything else. That, and it has a big bulky front. Are there any iterations to cargo locomotives in the coming years? Sea Kraken, if I'm understanding it right, the next big thing is energy recovery. So right now, with the dynamic braking, the locomotive, the traction motors generate power. That's what your dynamic brake does. It reverses the field. So when you're coasting and you want to slow down to prevent brake wear, you can harvest the kinetic energy of the train and convert it to electrical energy. Up until pretty much very recently, all of that electrical energy gets converted into heat in a resistance element. That's what that big grate is. There's basically a big block in there, and they dump the electrical energy into this block and it makes heat. And that's why you have cooling fans on the top of the locomotive, because it's designed to convect the heat out. So you take the kinetic energy of the train, convert it to electrical, and then convert it to heat, and then dump it out. That prevents brake wear. You can use your motor to stop, basically. Like think of it as the locomotive equivalent of Jake braking, right? Nowadays, well, you already have a diesel-electric locomotive. If you can fit a nice battery bank in there for the same mass as the resistance element, now you could just generate power. You could generate power and you can scavenge it to make the locomotive even more efficient than it already is. No, Victory, they have not. Okay, C-165. Electrical powertrain. See, there's no mechanical powertrain because the Slug doesn't have a diesel. It's just the electric traction motors. The Slug was actually pretty good. All right, number 20. Dude. Nothing. See? Yeah. I redlined the diesel for a second and that made it unhappy. That's what that 2.81% is. 78 cents. See? That's how you take care of your locomotive, baby. But we need fuel for number 20. Is this one of those games where everything is paid DLC? No, not at all. Okay, we're clean. Let's get out of here. So you lost money on this trip? Dean, bringing all these locomotives up here netted me about 200 grand. And I just spent a little over 20 and change to get the locomotives repaired. That trailer job pays out 20. So we're basically gonna end the day at like plus 150. That should give me enough to restore my DE6. That's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to do. All right. Sound the bell. 2 yonks. Indicate forward motion. Here I am. I set the brake like I think I was being all smart and then forgot to take it off. I meant going back down with the trailers. Going back down with the trailers, yeah, but it's a net positive because what we hauled up here was pretty good. What we also could do is pick up more stuff at City West. It's on the way. We could pick up more stuff. If we find a job at City West that's going to City South or Harbor, we're gonna be real good. I did the Slug maintenance, Snake. It cost nothing. It was like 70 cents or something. I baby these locomotives. That's what I mean about knowing what you're doing. use the dynamic brake whenever you can. If you use the dyne brake, you prevent wear on the entire system. The thing is, the dynamic brake isn't your end-all be-all. If you're in a scenario where your train is going too fast and you engage the dynamic brake and you push it past 900 amps power generation, you overload your resistant element and fry your traction motors. Be careful. That's what I mean. That's why I'm super hesitant to let the train eat. Let it go fast. Don't go fast. Now, you're swapping time for wear there, but do you want it done fast or do you want it done right? As far as I can tell, the time bonus that you get in this game, if you go slow and smooth, right? You know, if you deliver it faster, you're going to get a time bonus. But if you deliver it faster, you're going to put more wear on the locomotive, and it doesn't end up being a net positive. These locomotives are expensive to repair. So don't bother going quick. Don't go quick. That's not... You're going to break something. Yeah, Mats. Dude, yeah, it's better than Truck Simulator. You get out. Can you imagine a Truck Simulator where you have to get out of the truck and, you know, undo the pneumatics, right, on the trailer, and then get the landing gear going and stuff? That'd be sick, dude. Can you actually make flat spots in this game, or does it hurt the health of the wheels? It hurts the health of the wheels, Hypersonic. I don't think you can flat spot. The simulation is good, but I don't think it's that good. Alright. Engage the dynamic brake. So, like I said, you can link all the diesel locomotives together. It's like Voltron. The more you hook up, the better it gets. Disengage the dynamic brake, and it unifies the controls, which is super useful. Okay, now let's go forward. You do Truck Simulator in real life every day. Actually, Mats, there's a Twitch streamer, Dylan, that streams driving his truck around Europe, which is actually super cool. Yeah, he's just playing Truck Simulator in real life. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, dude, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's good. Last for explaining a traction motor. Yeah, something has gone very wrong there. Yeah, Warlock, thank you for posting the link. See? Use that dynamic brake, dudes. The dynamic brake will prevent so much wear. But, like I said, the dyne brake isn't the end-all, be-all of braking systems. If you're dynamic braking and you go past 900 amps, you lose. The whole engine blows up. Don't do that. Okay. Recouple our consist here. Hook up the pneumatics. Build up pneumatic pressure. Undo that. You're a truck driver, Matt? Hell yeah, dude. I mean, locomotives are not that far off. It's similar ideas with like the braking systems and stuff, and Jake braking and whatnot. It's not that far off, dude. We didn't need to yonk, but that's okay. Okay, we could shut the cab light off here. Yeah, locomotives are a bit heavier, Mats. Yeah, exactly, dude. Aren't Jake brakes a very outdated thing, mostly done in the US? I wouldn't call being able to not fry your brakes on a truck outdated. But Sig, I know you like doing stuff like that because you like telling everybody you're naive about things. It's really, really obvious to see. I know that's what you do, man. Saying it's bad, just... Okay. 2 yonks for forward. Let's roll. We're leaving the yard so we can shut the bell. DAF. DAF is a big heavy truck brand in Europe, Dean. We don't have DAFs over here. They have, what do they have over there? DAF, Scania, Volvo. I'm blanking on the rest of them. MAN? Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. There's a bunch of them, dude. We just call them DAF, not DAF. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Mercedes, Renault makes trucks. That's right. Yeah, Mercedes makes heavy trucks. Jake brake is just engine braking. Yeah. Well, yeah. The Jake brake basically uses the valve train on a diesel motor to create pneumatic compression to slow you down. It's kind of like engine braking, but it's kind of not. Okay, so speed is 90 kilometers an hour. Next block indicates a slowdown here. We're still kind of in the yard, so we don't really want to go fast here. But see, here's the thing. I don't have the engine going. The engine isn't running right now. I mean, it is running. It's just not really doing anything. It's idling right now. I'm just using the hill to gain speed. And right now, what I'll do... See, we're going downhill. See how that has a -1? That's a 1% grade downwards, which means we're going down 1 foot every 100, or 1 meter every 100 meters. Grading is a percentage, so it doesn't matter what system of measurement you use. I don't really want to go too fast here, so what I'm going to do is use the dynamic brakes here to govern my speed. We're just using the momentum of the train going downhill like a roller coaster, basically. Like, you know, you roller coaster, you go over the top and you go down the hill and you go fast. We're just rolling down the hill, but I don't want to go too fast because the track turns. I don't feel like testing to see if my locomotive can fly by flying off the side of this bridge. So I'm using the dynamic brake, introducing power generation into the resistance element here to govern speed. No, Sig, Jake braking is something that big trucks do. I'm telling you, Jake brakes utilize the valve train of a diesel to create pneumatic compression to slow down. It's kind of like engine braking, but not. Dean, I'm not known for playing the game the way it's intended to be played, okay? Okay, 80 downhill. Next junction, 300 meters, speed 60, down 0.8%. So we're still going downhill, guys. This is why I brought the slug for this hill. It's a long but not steep hill. Gives you the traction to keep going up for a long period of time when you're hauling 1,300 tons of train. See, if I shut the dynamic brake off, we're gonna just roll down the hill, we'll start gaining momentum. We're at this junction right here. Speed 60, uphill 0.6%. I don't like how fast we're going here. You'll know you're going too fast around one of these corners when you start hearing the rails and the wheels on the train. When they start squealing, that means you're going too fast. You never want to hear that. You never want to hear that when you're going around the corner. That's bad. That means you're going too quick. You're basically using up all of the wheel there. While we're on trucks, Poland Ken into cars. Jelks. Poland Ken into truck. Very nice. Kurwa. Dobry. Yeah, more or less, drummer. Downhill 6. We're coasting down into Cities West. Times the number, times that number by 10, Flykin, and that gets you your speed. If it reads 10, that means the speed limit on the track is 100.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Finos, DE92, 92-month resub. Thank you. Okay, we could go faster here, so I'll get it up to 50. But then see that downward arrow? That means the next block of track means you're going to decrease in speed. So you better get ready to slow down. The reason why is the next block of track is City West. It's over here. We're over here. We're coming down this line right now. Yep, see? Next block, 8 down. So let's get the dyne brake. Let the dynamic brake do its thing. See, we're generating power. Generating power introduces heat, though, here into the resistance element. But it keeps the traction motor temperatures low, which is good. Alright, it's getting a little hot in here. I'm gonna open up the door. Let some of the heat into the garage. You were fine at that speed. Yeah, Tessa, I played safe, dude. I don't want to get caught with my pants down on stream, figuratively. To slow it down, just throw it in reverse and gun it. That's a, yeah, money shift. Good call. Okay, 300 meters to the junction, speed 60. Is this the same train game you played a while ago? Yeah, Jonas, I played two train games. I played 2 big train games over the last couple of years. One of them was Railroads Online, and I stopped playing that because I like this game better. Derail is like American Truck Simulator, but with trains. It's a really good game. The simulation for the trains is really good. Do drivers ever fall off those trains? If so, is there a dead man switch on the train? Not really. Okay. Generating power. Slowing down the train. I'm just gonna check if there's a job for us here. Every time you open the door of the garage, you play the decompression. Gotta vent some heat. There's the job office right there. I'd like to offer you a job. These older locomotives do not have a dead man switch, but the newer ones probably do. Ah, a logistics hall. Hauling... Oh, those are the empty cars that we brought up here. Oil Well Central. Osa says you need a lantern. Yeah. Where's the sawmill? That's the steel mill. Sawmill, I think, is that one. No, Tech, it's a single player game right now. That's Oil Well Central right there, OWC. That's on the way. Instead of taking this route, right, to get to a harbor in town, right, we could haul Oil Well, drop those cars off, turn around here, get on that same track, and then go this way. Back to harbor in town. And we could haul the logistical haul there and there. If I recall, they have to have one. Yeah, maybe, Flykin. It's not in the game, dude, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, 600-ton haul is nothing, Badger. For what we have 2 DE6s and a slug. That's nothing. We are on the clock with the other job, but let me go and figure out where the heck these things are. We're looking for CWLH15. It's better to stage the train first and then take the job. I just got to figure out where everything is so we can position the locomotives correctly. I'm going to go ahead and guess that they're right there. CWLH15 and CWLH64. Okay, there's one set of cars. Okay, they're both over here. Easy. Okay, we're at City West right now. Alright, let's think about this. The train is right here. So what I could do, we could have the train go through the yard. I could back up right here. Put the trailer cars on one of these sidings on C, right here. Uncouple them. Grab the tankers. Go down the tracks again. Or no, we'd have to go down the tracks this way. Grab the other set of tankers. Go down the tracks again. Grab the trailers, and then go. Easy. We got to figure out what's going where. We're going to drop off the Oil Well Central first, but Harbor and town are heavier. That's a heavier consist. Let me see what the mass of these cars are. Okay, LH. This is important to understand. You're not going to prevent a derail completely, but this will improve your odds of not wrecking your train. Okay, so pay attention to the mass. They tell you the mass of the car. This car, empty, because it's a logistics haul. They don't have anything in it. That car is 1,900 kilos, so that's 45,000 pounds, give or take. Each one of those is 45,000 pounds. So let's check the other cars. What's the mass of these cars? Empty. It's all the same. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's important to check. Now, they're all the same mass per car because they're all empty. But there's more of these, so these end up being more mass. You have to look at the individual mass of the car, not the total mass of your consist here. You want to put the... Okay, so why am I looking at all this? The reason why you want to do this is because you want the heavier car per car. You want them towards the locomotives. Your train is more stable going down the tracks that way. You want to keep the heavier cars closer to your propulsion. Very important to understand that. If you have your heavy cars on the end, you're going to create a quote-unquote tail-heavy train. And if you're going down a hill, those heavy cars are going to try to push on your lighter cars in front, and that's asking the lighter cars to get accordioned. You don't want to do that. Now, in this particular scenario, because we're hauling empties and they're both the similar type of tankers here, we can put them wherever we want on the train. However, if we go look at our other job here, what's the mass of these cars? That's 90 tons. So that's 90 tons over 5 cars, right? So those are pretty heavy. But if the per car mass is above 19, that'll denote where we want to put this thing, where we want to put these cars on our train. $11. The flat car is 11, but the trailer is 7,000, so that's 18 per. It doesn't matter. We can stage this train however we want. So now what denotes where and how we set this up is what's the most efficient way to be able to drop the cars where we need them. Okay? So one of these missions here is going to Oil Well Central. That's our first stop. Oil Well Central is right here. Let's take the job. Well, we could put the oil cars at the back of the train. So, actually, let me look at a map of Oil Well Central just before I eat my own words here. Okay, there's only so many places that you can drop these cars. We're most likely putting them on track B. We're most likely putting them on one of these, which means we always have a throughway here. But we'll most likely have a throughway here as well. If we tow the train through, right, get the cars in the threshold, uncouple them, we can just keep going. Because it looks like Oil Well Central is not an end point. You can just keep going. Easy peasy. So we are going to want to put LH15 on the very back of the train. And then we'd want to put LH64 in front of that, and then the flat cars. Once again, it doesn't really matter. If we really wanted to be technical about this, we would put all the cars in front. But yeah, it's not that big of a deal. You're not shifting the load of the train too much with 1,000 kilo or 2,200 pound deficit between some cars and others. It really only makes sense if you have a car that weighs like 50 tons and then a car that weighs like 10 tons in front of it. That's when you want to flip it around. Okay, so let's start staging here. How much do these jobs pay? $16.68 for that logistics haul. basically offset the cost of coming up here. Okay, let's get in number 20 here, our workhorse. Hey, Navy Vet, what's up, dude? Let's look at the station map for City West. City's West has a Y right here. We're basically on this stretch of track. Let's go down to the Y, and then we'll back up the train, couple of consist, go forward, couple another consist. Once again, LH15 is what we couple last. That's what we couple first, 6-4. Cool. All right, so sound the bell. E-brake is already off. Chunk twice. Let's go. Leaving the bus in the middle. The bus has load on it. It's heavy, cretine. So yeah, sure. Doesn't matter. That thing is heavy with that motor on it, no doubt. I could check the exact mass if we really were anal retentive about balancing the load. So for the uninitiated here, if you're wondering, you don't necessarily need to do this in game. I do it because it's cool. Whenever you're operating in a yard or at a station with people, you sound the bell. The bell indicates that the locomotive is like someone's in it, right? You always have the bell going. Always have the bell going when your locomotive is moving around the yard. That basically says that the locomotive is operable. If a locomotive is idling with no bell, you know it's not going to move. Four yonks for a level crossing. 2 long, 1 short, 1 long. Alright, now I'm gonna do a no-no. I just need to see when the back of the train clears this switch. Also, it'd probably be a good time to check the mass of this thing. The pig is 26 tons. Yeah. Okay. Right there, I alleviated pneumatic pressure from the train. Trains have fail-safes on them. All modern trains have this. The brakes are only allowed to disengage when you have pneumatic pressure. If you have a loss of pneumatic pressure, the brakes engage. What I just did to get the train to stop from the back is induce a pressure loss by opening the valve. Opening the valve and causing a pressure leak on the entire train locks the brakes in on every car. You shouldn't really do that. Don't really do that unless you really, really know what you're doing. Yeah, you really need to understand how the brakes work to do something like that. If you're a newer player, just get the train to the end, stop it with the locomotive, with the dynamic brake, get out, and then just make sure that you have enough room. Yeah, you don't want to do that way. That's for experienced players. In real life, if you did that, you'd get fired instantly. But time is money here in the Derail Valley. Alright, so, set reverser to back. Okay, brakes are off. Do we have pneumatic pressure? We do. That's your indicator. For pneumatic pressure, that's your reservoir. So our reverser is set, 3 yonks to go backwards. Yeah, Sneaky, that's pretty cool. Well, I'm gonna get us up to 10 kilometers an hour or 6 miles an hour. Whenever you're in a yard, good rule of thumb, I mean, this is how it works in real life. Don't go above 20 kilometers an hour. Don't do that. Not because you have to worry about safety in this game, but yards are high traffic areas. In this particular case, there's a lot of parked stuff that you can hit. Yeah, there's a lot of parked stuff that you can hit. You don't want that to happen. Yes, Sneaky, that's correct. And once again, I can't say this enough. If you're a newer player, do not get out of the train when it's moving. Remember, I'm a professional moron. I get paid to do this. Hello, I'm Johnny Knoxville, and welcome to Train Ass. Yeah, we're coupling 6-4 first, because that's going to Harbor in Town, and then Oil Well Central. Using the rail bus flatbed as a caboose. Sneaky, I just found it's better to haul this piece, haul the pig around. I call it the pig. I don't know what you guys want to call it. IM2 or IM1 or whatever, or the trolley bus. I call it the pig. I like hauling the pig around because you can use this as a shunter for logistics operations, so you don't need to use those. It makes it easier. The flat car is just a dud, right? Like, that makes it a lot more difficult. There's another DE6 just hanging down there. I'm kind of wondering about having the pig here with the trailers. The pig is 26 tons in front of an 18-ton trailer. Technically, we should probably move the pig up there, coupled to 16 in front of the trailers, but if we're careful, we should be alright. What's with the motor on the back? That is a motor for the DE6 demo unit that I found. I'm getting parts to fix the DE6 that I can end up owning. Remember, he doesn't listen to YouTube chat. Shut up. Excellent Adventure, Railway Edition. The weight of the pig with the engine on SIG is it's like 55,000 pounds. It's 26,000 kilos. You probably don't want that much weight in the middle of the train, but that's 26. These cars are 18. The tanker cars are 19. So it's not a big deficit, but the pig is enough to concern me at least a little. Which of the demo liveries do you like? I know there's two. There's like the straight livery and then there's the custom livery. But I'm not familiar enough with the painting systems in this aggro to really, like, be like, oh, I like that one, you know? Why is it concerning? Driados, the weight of the cars makes a big difference. You do not want heavy cars on the back of your train. That's bad. That is a great way to derail your train. You do not want that. Keep your heaviest cars closer. Keep your heaviest cars closer to your locomotives. Yeah, that's not just derail, that's trains. That's how trains do. Yeah, with the train, you want it as close to the, you want your heaviest stuff as close to the locomotives as possible. What's concerning to me is that the pig is heavier than the trailer cars. And I guess comparatively to the whole load of the train that we're going to be hauling, it's not that big of a deal. But, alright, manual brakes on 16. And like I said, that's just trains in real life. The thing is that that Derail simulates that sufficiently. I know we have the parking brake on. Second. Clip that. And then do it that way. Doesn't really matter. Just make it weird. Okay. Introduce pressure into these cars and undo their manual brakes. We're going to see a momentary loss of pneumatics here because we're filling up. These brakes are actually cut out. The locomotives are generating air pressure and they're pressurizing the tanks on these cars. See the pneumatic tank? That's the air tank for the car. We're pressurizing these up. Okay, excellent. Okay. Now we need LH15, which is that row of tanker cars. Let's just go over there and verify it. I like the details. The devil's in the details with a train game like this. Let's make sure our switches are set if we're gonna walk over here. Might as well. LH15. Cool. Alright, now we gotta back up this entire consist and couple that car back there with the red car right there. That's a flatbed on a flatbed. Okay, set reverser to forward. Make sure the dynamic brake is off. Alleviate the brakes. Okay, the more pressure we make, the more the brakes go off. That right there indicates where your brakes are. The higher that red needle is, the more your brakes are engaged. Okay, 2 honks forward. Coming up to a level crossing. Okay, once again, do not go too fast. because of the weird weights that we have here and that a lot of our cars are empty, we're running the risk of pulling them off the tracks if we have tracks that snake. Because the train, if you pull too hard, it's like pulling a string, right? It'll want to be straight. So if you have tracks that go like this, right, or you're going through a junction and you gun it, right, you'll try to snap the string. And that means you'll pull the cars off the tracks. You don't want to do that. Just go slow when you're going through junctions and when you're in a yard. Don't go over 20 kph or 12 miles an hour, ever. You're asking for trouble. Critine, I think it might leave the yard because it's a really long consist. We'll accept the job. We accepted 6-4, right? You know what? I'll just accept both of them. Do you have had a job as a train operator, or are you a railroading fan like the rest of us? Railroading fan. Okay, cool. Yeah, aggro. No, I'm a Twitch streamer, dude. But particularly I'm a STEM streamer. I like playing games where you can teach physics. The biggest game that I do that with most notoriously is Kerbal Space Program. But I like any form of mechanized transport, and more importantly, I like teaching people how this stuff works. You know, everybody just, you know, say you're in a car here at this stop. All you're doing is, you know, say you were sitting here in real life, and oh great, the train's going by. It's going by so slow. That's really great. There's a reason why the train is going slow, and it's not to inconvenience you, right? Even though it is. The train is going slow because these cars could be full of explosives, or, well, fuel. And you probably shouldn't go fast carrying that, right? Like, we see trains moving around us all the time. Everywhere. Right? Nobody bats an eye at it. But there's a lot of physics involved here that are really important to understand, and I think that's super cool. Hey Jay, hope you're doing well. This year I started mechanical engineering since it's the closest to aerospace around here, and I've been really enjoying it. Lately I've got very interested in electrical engineering. Do you have any advice on what you should choose? Could an electrical engineer work on aerospace? Electrical engineering on spacecraft, Capivara, is probably the second most important thing behind aerospace. Yeah. Long story short, yes, absolutely yes. If you want to work in aerospace, the best thing that you could probably get is an aerospace engineering degree. If that's off the table, an electrical engineering degree is right behind it. And then a mechanical one behind that. Yeah. Yeah, electrical, I would say, is way more important on a spacecraft than necessarily mechanical. Every spacecraft needs electricity. Not all spacecraft have a lot of mechanical systems on them. Right? Yeah, no, EE would probably electrical engineering would probably help you, but at the end of the day, dude, any engineering degree will help you get in. Coming up to another level crossing. In reality, any engineering degree will work. Just remember, okay, so I know people that are electrical engineers that ended up working on launch pads, doing more mechanical engineering than anything. All right? And I know aerospace engineers that end up working on electrical systems on spacecraft. I knew an electrical engineer that ended up working on the water systems for SLS, the pad deluge systems. So, it's really more about just getting an engineering degree if you want to be, like, here's the important thing. It's about getting an engineering degree if you want to design this stuff, okay? You want to design stuff, the EE degree is very important, or any engineering degree is important. But if you want to build, if you want to be the person putting this stuff together, you don't need any engineering degree. A trade would probably be more applicable. So it really comes down to what you want to do. If you're already in college and you're already going for engineering, I would say electrical. If aerospace is off the table, mechanical or electrical will get you pretty far. Spacecraft electrical systems are pretty damn complicated, though. I think I'll change my major now for sure. But mechanical will do it, too. Like, I think the more important thing is to understand engineering. You have to understand the process. A mechanical engineer can learn electrical engineering. An aerospace engineer can learn mechanical. It's really not a problem because all of those subsets of engineering require a certain level of brain function to understand. Electrical just seems more interesting to you. An electrical engineering degree won't steer you wrong in any circumstance, even if you don't want to do aerospace engineering. I gotta see if we're off the siding here. Do most companies pay more money if you're building stuff if you have a degree? Trey, every form of employment is contractual. It's a negotiation. That's important to understand. You have to... Yeah, every engineer, every job is a negotiation. You know, you can negotiate your salary. It's negotiable. That's an important thing to understand. Stackless, you switched your major from mechanical to EMA, so I get both electromechanical. So I get both electric and mechanical with an aerospace focus, wind tunnels. There you go. Like I said, if you getting an engineering degree, anyone will help you. But that's really only if you want to design. Like I said, you want to be a technician, you don't need any engineering degree. You need, like, an A&P certification will get you actually, like, you want to be the person that builds the rocket engine, that puts the dang thing together, you don't need an engineering degree to do that. Yeah, like I said, an automotive service excellence certification is probably more applicable for a technician job. In aerospace, guys, technicians are the ones that are physically building the things. Engineers design. The interesting thing is that engineers are the ones that design, technicians are the ones that put it together. The boss should understand how to do both of those things, if they want to be a good boss. Is there a job that's in between? Sure, project manager. Alright, we're out of the yard. We can shut the bell for now. EMA is engineering, mechanics, and aerospace engineering. It's less aerospace-focused aerospace. Okay, we've gone too far. Or have we gone far enough? Project management is a very intense role, useful in a lot of industries. Yeah, I'd say that if I was good for anything EVA, that's probably where I would end up if I worked in the aerospace engineering realm. I know enough about engineering to be dangerous, but yeah, that's probably where I would want to be. Okay, switches are all set. SpaceX has an in-between called a build engineer. You get paid as an engineer and you need a degree, but you still build. SpaceX really likes to blur the line between all that, Trey. Because, guess what, man? If your engineers are in some office hundreds of miles away from where they're actually building the rocket, it turns out that that's not a good way to design stuff, especially if you're changing the design a lot, iterating. You know, with SpaceX, the engineers are right there. They work right next to the people that are actually building the rockets. That's a really important subset of a business mentality called vertical integration. That's really, really, really key to understand why SpaceX is as good at what they do as they are. Okay, sound the bell. Reverser. See, the reason why I think I'd make a good project engineer, guys, is because, once again, I'm anal retentive about stuff. I do not let stuff slide. In engineering, you really can't. You have to be a hard ass about it, or else something's gonna break. Like Murphy's Law is very applicable with engineering. What can go wrong will go wrong. You don't do your due diligence, you're gonna have a bad day. Your stepfather is the cocky type engineer who knows his stuff. Dude, I would not, Argro, and I'm not saying your stepdad's a bad dude, right? I don't know the guy. I don't speak for him. I've never met him before. However, engineers with a god complex don't usually last long. And that's from people that, I've learned that from people that actually work in the industry. If you have a god complex, you think your crap don't stink, guess those are the engineers that are going to be humbled the most. It's important with engineering, like I was saying a little bit earlier, about learning new things. Check your pride at the door. Throw your ego out the window. Keep learning. If you're not learning, you're getting dumber. I don't care how long someone's been working in aerospace engineering, right? It doesn't work that way. There's always something new to learn. There's always something to get better at. You have to look at engineering that way, or you're going to design a piece of junk that's going to get somebody killed. He says electromechanical is a dumb job path. Everything is electromechanical nowadays. Nothing is not governed by a computer in this day and age. Dude, you think, okay, Elon is not an engineer, he's the boss. I remember I told you guys, the boss needs to know this stuff. Do you think he ever stops learning about rockets? No, absolutely not. He'd be a terrible boss if he stopped learning about rockets after Falcon 9 was fully developed. No. And if you don't like Elon, what about Gwen? You think Gwen's like that? Absolutely not. No way. Yeah, Jonas, this is why you don't put level crossings next to your freight yard. Nowadays, some stuff have way too much electronics, like fridges. I liked VR and Derail Geek. The problem is it's hard to figure out like where chat lives with that. We can use OVR drop to fix that. But yeah, it's gonna take some time to dial in. I really did enjoy playing this game in VR. It's a lot easier because like I can, like if the controls for the locomotive are right here, I can look the other way. What the hell was that noise? I can look the other way and operate the controls. It's good if you're looking out the window and moving the controls. I think we've compressed our couplers going around that hill. Why not try the eye tracker? What is that? What is that fixing, Hellfish? I don't understand what is Track IR fixing. I just said that I need to just dial in the VR headset to get it to work well with like over-yard drop. I'm saying I need to fix this door, the hinge is squeaky, and you're saying, well, have you tried jumping out the window instead of using the door? Like, no, I haven't. No, no, I can't say that I have. Well, maybe you should. I don't, but no. No. The You need the VR controllers, geek. But the VR controllers, the joysticks on the VR controllers work like one controller. Like, you use the left joystick to move around and you use the right joystick to look. I actually like that. That's pretty good. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. Just back the train up, dude. Well, look. Yeah, see, we have a lot of weight up at the front of the train, and we're pushing it around a corner. You try to do this fast, these cars are going to come off the tracks. How do I know? I heard that very, very peculiar noise when we were backing those cars up a second ago. These cars are really light comparatively to the locomotives. The two D6s in the Slug are over 250 tons. These are 19 tons a pop. That noise that we heard up there was because of the lack of tractive effort. Basically, if I try to go any faster, it'll push the cars off the track, because we're going around a corner. So we gotta be very, very careful here.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
I have a remote controller, dude. Fanta! I like trains. Yeah, me too, man. Too bad you don't have the DE6 wireless MUs like Tessa said. Dean, I don't know how many times I need to say this, but I want to put those things on my train. So after this trip is when I will start doing that. I don't want to introduce the remote control unit that I don't fully know how to use when we're doing for-profit missions. I don't think that's smart. .6 minutes. If you don't tag me, I'm going to assume you're not talking to me. You just found out KSP2 got abandoned. Holy crap, is that messed up? Yeah, you're telling me, Ghost Mooner. Yeah. Yeah, Ghost, it's pretty awful news. How many people would it take to do this in real life? 2 minimum, Cooger. You'd have your brakeman. Not really a brakeman. You'd have another guy basically at the other end of the train walking along next to it with a walkie-talkie telling you how much distance you have to the consist. Have you played Workers and Resources? It's only one of my favorite games, Aggro. Guess what locomotives I have for my trains and Workers? G16s. I use that exact locomotive painted in Serbian Railways livery in my Workers saves. Yeah, dude. They're really good. Ah! Yeah. Aggro, I have... I have a republic that I'm working on. It's my desert republic called the Bakalakadakistani Republic. It uses one of the desert maps that came out with the DLC. I have an oil empire on full realism mode. I think right now in the coffers I have like $16 million and then $6 million in rubles, or 6 million rubles, $16 million. Oil empire, dude. Yeah. That's hard to do in Workers. That's taken me months to get that dang thing right. What I'm currently working on is trying to play Factorio in Workers and Resources. I'm trying to build a gigafactory, basically. Raw materials go in, cars come out. Do you think it's possible S-33 static fire tomorrow? Yeah, absolutely. It's out. They're moving it right now, dude. The beautifully graded highways are amazing. Thanks, man. Alright, that should have been enough of an oomph. Yeah, I build out highways, Aggro. Highways and perfectly graded train tracks, dude. To make my vehicles more fuel efficient. Because that matters. Vehicles will go faster if they don't have to go up a bigger hill. Oh, come on. This frickin' thing, man. If people are wondering why the train is stopping, it's the corner. Corners increase rolling resistance on your wheels on your trains. Basically, when a train goes around a corner, if you're looking at the wheels have a bevel right there. It's tapered. So that radius right there, that part of the wheel is thicker than that part of the wheel. The wheel tapers, okay? When you're going around a corner, right, to deal with the differential rotation, the train actually tilts a little bit because of the taper on those wheels. That means when you're going around a corner, more of the wheel is, well, it's not necessarily more of the wheel, but yeah, I guess you could say that. More of the wheel is touching the rail, and more of it touching the rail is a bigger contact patch, which slows your train down because it increases rolling resistance. Face the wall. Yeah, workers, I have a lot. I have a lot of workers. I've had many republics fail. I only play the game on full realism, Aggro. Yeah, exactly, Ghost Mooner. That's why I'm going very slow here. because those cars are empties. Pushing empties around a corner, don't go fast or they'll fly off the track. Because those cars don't have as much tractive effort, right? They're empty, so they're really light. You can easily push them off the track if you don't know what you're doing. Alright. It is actually called a brakeman that directs the train. Yeah, okay, Dean, so I was right. I wasn't sure. LH64, LH64, 64, 15. Okay, here we are. Okay, open up the pneumatic valves. If that brake is off, that means the manual brakes are all the way at the very end of the train. Okay. We have to go very slow coming out of this thing. Coming out of this yard. I wouldn't go over 20 kph at all. Punch it, Chewie. You apply to be a brakeman for the regional railroad. Oh, right on, man. Full send. If I punched it on the locomotives right now, we would most definitely crash. Yeah. The train would derail. It would derail going around this corner. Okay. Let's get into number 20 here. Number 20 is our workhorse. Let's make sure we have full pneumatic pressure. Brakes are fully disengaged. Let that build up. All right. Set the course. We're going through that junction to Oil Well Central, where we drop off those first cars. Let's look at the Oil Well Central map. Okay. Oh, I alt-tabbed by accident. Route map. Okay, all the switches are set to Oil Well Central. Let's look at the Hall. Okay, B6S is where we're dropping off those cars. Let's go over to the station map for Oil Well Central. Make sure all the switches are set for B6. Okay, we're good to go. Sound the bell. Reverser to forward. 2 yonks. Do you need to take the jobs at the station house? Already did. Train ain't gonna get very far. We have to go, there's a slight uphill here, so I just want to make sure that the back of the train is playing nice. If you're wondering why I'm skipping around, the teleport function, because it's a VR game, if you spam it, you can move around a lot quicker. Yeah, see, the back end of the train is still on the siding. You don't want to tug too hard because you're coming... Like I said, the train is doing S's. If you pull too hard, it would be like pulling a string, right? And if you pull a string, the string's going to go straight. You'll try to pull the string between the back of your train and the front of your train. And if you draw a straight line between the back of the train and the front of the train right now, that doesn't follow the tracks, now does it? That's why you go slow. Hear it? Hear the noise? I could start the second loco make, but I think the 1D6 with the slug should be good. We're still well within the operating parameters of that. We're hauling... we're still under 1,000. Raining a lot in the Derail Valley. Oh, that was thunder. I thought something broke. I'm like, no! First Derail Valley run in this version, I found the DE6 282 and the DH4 in a single run from the steel mill to the machine factory. Nice. I have DH4 and DE6, dude. Alright. Just want to check on the back of the train again. I don't think the back of the train is even around that corner. Last car in this consist is CGS 267. Just make sure we didn't lose anything. Well, if this car is 323, then we're good. Yep. All right. Whole consist is around the corner. We're good. Do you play games like the Long Drive? I don't play the Long Drive aggro. I play Summer Car from time to time. Haven't played in a little bit though. I've used Summer Car to teach people how to put engines together. Yeah. I play on permadeath because I hate myself. I've never completed this stupid rally race without dying. Is my winter car still happening? Don't know. Topless Gun has basically gone silent. I don't know what he's up to, but... It is gravel? That's good to know. How many wagons? 39. The game My Garage is also made by the same devs as Summer Car. My Garage? Hold on 1 second. Aggro, was that you that was telling me about? Oh no. You know, somebody probably told me about that at some point. But yeah. It looks like a car mechanic simulator with Summer Car style gameplay. I think the derail music is just fine. Did you activate both the logistics jobs? Yeah, saying YouTube already. YouTube was way ahead of you. They asked that 15 minutes ago. Just wanted to call my sister out to you as she just confused Oklahoma and Massachusetts. How? Hey Goose, sorry if you've been asked this, but do you have any thoughts about what the drones in New Jersey might be? No. Goose, I haven't really seen video. I don't really want to discuss that here. That brings out the nutters, you know what I'm saying? We don't need to do that here. The new BeamNG update. I actually haven't played Beam over the last 2 updates, Pypro. I have to... We'll dive into that one of these days. Deadstura, hi, nice, hope you enjoy this game. Oh, I love Derail. Yeah, Nutter Butter bites, maybe, you know. Once again, we're hauling empties. Gotta be careful. We're hauling empties. Slow and steady, T. Slow and steady. What does the 3 sign mean along the track? Speed limit. Times it by 10, Journey, and that gets you your speed limit. If you see a red arrow that's pointed down below it, that means the next block of track is going to have a lower speed limit, an up arrow higher. Right? Below that is grade. That'll tell you if the next section of track is going up or down and at what percentage. And then if you see a red Y on a white placard, and then a decimal number below that, that's distance to junction. So look, the next block of track, we're 70 for this block. Next block of track is speed higher. We're going downhill 0.7. So small hill. Like, if you want to understand grade, I don't know if you understand, I'll just say it in case anybody understands this. 0.7, not a big deal, uphill or downhill. Once the grades start getting above 2 and 3%, that's when you gotta be careful. 1% grade, no big deal. I don't know this man's usual gameplay. Yeah, all good, aggro. Don't worry about it. Yeah, if you have questions, just ask me. Yeah, aggro, my main game for the longest time was KSP, Kerbal Space Program. I have like 15,000 hours in KSP or something absurd. KSP 2 came out, played that for a little while. Decided it really wasn't the best teaching tool. So I went back to playing KSP 1 and then KSP 2 folded, and I haven't played much KSP since like February. Which sucks, dude. Yeah. See, I don't have the engine on, but we're gaining speed here because that negative 0.7% grade. Train's just going down the hill. They gave up on KSP 2. Parent company, dude, the parent company got rid of the developer and the publisher and then sold the rights of the game off, which nightmare scenario. We don't know. I don't know who owns the IP to KSP. We don't know. They wouldn't say who they sold it to because Herder, my corporate private sale. Have I played Satisfactory? Aggro, yeah. Yeah, I've been playing Satisfactory since Update 1, dude. Actually, Satisfactory I just stopped playing for a little while. I put about 2 months in and probably about 230 hours into a save that I'm working on where I'm building the Pillar of Autumn from Halo. And I'm building my factory into a spaceship. 1-to-1 scale of the Pillar of Autumn, which is a 1.1 kilometer long ship. Yeah, that project is kind of on the back burner right now, but we're still working on it. I just wanted to play with trains. Yeah, I wonder if we have a picture of it. Where are your Satisfactory screenshots, dudes? Anybody know? Here, hold on. Hey David, I'm just hauling some empties around on the way back to City South to fix the locomotive. I don't know where the screenshots are stored. It's corn. My game's factory game. Oh, okay. So, documents, my games, factory game, screenshots. There you go. How's that, Ag? It's pretty good, dude. I'm pretty damn proud of that project. Yeah, it's not fit. We're not finished yet. I basically have a wireframe of the ship. The only interior parts I've done are the hangar bays right now. It's cat exercise. Yep. It's a pretty sick project, dude. Yeah, the engines came out quite good, man. Yeah. We probably got about 200, I think 230 hours and change into this. Yeah. We'll finish it. I gotta do all the armor plating and stuff. The ball's finished. The drive reactors are finished. The main reactors are not. It looks sick, dude. I'm really happy with that thing. I really want to finish it. But it's also important to play other games too. We're at that junction. We should be approaching Oil Well Central here. Okay, entering the yard. I already set the switches on the map, so because we have the dispatcher certification, we are dropping on Bravo 6. GPU Justice Task Force is watching. Yeah. Aggro, when I play games, we play them. We play the crap out of them. I like to get my money's worth. And also show people what different games can do. So if you're a developer, look out. I'm gonna break your game. I haven't found a way to break Derail yet, but I'm sure we will eventually. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Title. Bree and Titan are here.
Bree and Titan are here.
Hello, buddy. Hi, Talpum. Where are you going?
We're not going to. Oh, he's just sniffing.
He's just sniffing.
It is very weirdly warm out there.
Yeah, it's 60 degrees today.
I don't like it
Why?
because it's just a very stormy day.
Yeah, it's stormy in game too, interestingly enough. Like really stormy.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I'm scared to make cookies today. 'Cause-
You're scared to make cookies because if the power goes out?
Yeah.
Oh no.
So no cookies today.
YouTube chat says hello, Brimo and Fuzzy Lumbar.
Fuzzy lumbar. What?
Dog. Dog.
Hi, YouTube. Hey, let me just come and say hi.
Okay.
I love you.
Love you too, baby. Bye, Titan.
Bye.
Good old YouTubes. If we really wanted to be slick, we could pick up another job here. Looks like there's stuff that should go outbound. If there's an outbound thing to harbor in town, but then again, if we're gonna pull a full load, we'd have to completely reorganize the train. It's 3:30. I'm not sure I have the time, but we'll see. All right, let her coast for a little bit. The first car on this consist is 439. Yeah, we'll see if there's another logistics hall. If there's a logistics hall to harbor, Tessa, we should be good, but I don't think that would be, or there would be a logistics hall out of the oil yard. But what's the difference between the demo and the regular ones? Hypersonic, I'll say it in my summer car terms. These locos that I'm using, the company locomotives, are like using the van or the poop truck in summer car. The demo locomotive is the Satsuma. It's yours. My ADHD brain has a lot of hyper-focus moments. I remember how much time I spent in the game Open Sawyer, basically tenement management with survival elements in it, just to make a detailed apartment. Yeah? I don't think what I do is necessarily like super hyper-focused ADHD. I just like, I'm more anal retentive than anything. I like getting my money's worth, dudes. So what's the difference? You own these locomotives. If you own the locomotives, it's cheaper to operate. Uncouple, 439. Yeah, as far as I can tell, and you can customize the locomotives. You can paint them and stuff. I think this one's our guy right here. 439 LH15. Excellent. The dev didn't provide an umbrella? No. Might as well check the jobs while the train is coasting. Alright. Do you plan to play Century of Steam when the game launches? Yeah. Yeah. I know some of the guys, like one of the guys that's working on that game, Heis. If you know him, Aggro. Yeah, Heis is cool. He's good people. Yeah, I'll probably give it a whirl. What is this movement? I'm using VR teleport to move around quicker, James, despite not being in VR. You know him from back before he was an RO manager. Cool, right on. Great YouTuber. Yeah, well, that's him playing the guitar right now. Yeah, he's popped in the stream a couple of times, Aggro, when I was playing Railroads. Heist good people. He likes trains. I could safely say that Heist likes trains more than I do. Yeah, he likes trains more than I do. Yeah, I think that would be a fair assessment of the situation. So yeah, sorry for the spastic movement. Spastic movement? Yeah, sure. Money! Wallet. Okay, that's normal. Let's go actually look at these for a second. We have 2 going to Harborne Town, which is where we're going anyway. 32 and 63. 810 tons, 336. 1,500 tons. Oh, yeah, that's gonna be pretty damn heavy. We'd have to shuffle the entire train around. I might just keep going, Tessa. If we had more time, it's 3:30. It's gonna take us time to uncouple all this and then get back to the shop and screw around with the D6, so I'll pass this one time. I don't want to, but I'll pass this one time. Cone. Next time, though. Oh, when we're out doing routine work with our D6. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'd absolutely grab that. Sure. Okay, let's check our total route map. Right, left. That one should be set to left. That one should be set to right. That one should be set left. And I believe the rest of the route there is set already for Harbor and Town. All right, let's roll. You got any recommendations for trading games, but of the Tycoon variety? I got Transport Fever, but it ain't the same. Is Art of the Rail out? Sid Meier's Railroads, yeah. What are we getting into here? Oh, FM, okay. Yeah, we're going through. Railroads Online might be your cup of tea, Eddie. You have to build the tracks in that game, though. RRO, Centuries of Steam is kind of what I'm waiting on. Yeah, OpenTTD also. Art of the Rail was done by Dean, Eddie. Yeah, Dean made that game by himself, actually. They just updated RRO so you can play maps with pre-laid track. What's the fun in that? Hello, pigs. Hello, pigs. Hello, pigs. Check for a free light load here. Nah, I'm just gonna go. Nope. That sucks, Tessa. Okay, we're out of the yard. Fun fact, the DA6 I found in my first run was at the farm. Cool. I think I found my... Where did we find the DE6? I think at the machine factory. You'll be hauling rubber dog food for the rest of your life. You'll be hauling rubber dog food out of Hong Kong. Oh, nice, Zach. There you go. It's a made-up location, Pigeon, that's based off of Serbia. Serbian railways. DJ doesn't care about your tiny little D2. Yes, we don't care about your little girly D2. We use big real man locomotives here. Yeah. $300 meters, junction. 60. Edge streaming live today. Speed 50 through the junction for going right. We are going right. Speed 20. We're all right. You're all set. Just let her do a little Costa-Rino around this corner. If I'm recalling correctly, this goes uphill. 3.3% grade. Let's get some momentum here. Everything's good, Blazing Pyro. Just hauling couple of empties, all my machine parts, a couple of other things back to the harbor, and then we'll go to the machine factory, or to the city south from there. Yeah, 3.3% grade is quite steep. But it's no problem for our D6. It's no problem for number 20. Number 20 is a beast. Yeah, I just dropped off at oil. It's over there. It'd be so much better if you said Have every time you went there when you played this game. Nah, I'm good. I'm good, thanks. Plus 1.8. Mind the traction motor temp. Once the heavier cars get up that 3.3 grade, so like the cars that are loaded in the pig, once that gets up above that part, it should, yeah, we should basically level off on the speed. It's easy to haul the empties up that hill. got to keep in mind, you don't want to overheat those traction motors. That'll start really wearing them out. Fun fact, the former Yugoslavian railway had 2 locomotives built right over Romania, the Romanian Class 44 and Class 46. Both electric, both been electric locos looking communist toters. Neat. So I bought a turbocharger this morning. It's $130 off eBay. Or not eBay, Amazon. What? I got my paycheck from NSF and I bought a turbocharger. What am I going to do with it? Didn't expect you to be a turbo turd. Who says I'm putting it on a car? How big? It's a GT35, or at least a Chinese ripoff of a GT35. Hook up some lines, feed it alcohol, let's make rocket. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I was actually thinking with my welder and some sheet metal of making a combustor. If you really want to know. Yeah. Yep, okay, servos flip, they're still good. Yeah, aggro, I mean, but $130 for a turbo is... $130 for a turbo. Not for making a turbojet, Coltec, no. I mean, Rocket Guy, we could probably build a combustor for that. That shouldn't be too hard. It's just getting your spacing right for creating atomization. Is that block 1? What do you mean? Excuse me, sorry about that. That okay. Okay, so we are at this Y right here. So yeah, should just be right back to the harbor. Drink something, dang it.
Please refrain from dying on stream. Yeah.
Not the content you're here for. Sorry about that. I'm here for coughing content. Please do more of that. Yeah, you don't want to go fast through the junctions. That's a good sign that I have to trim my beard. I think I just inhaled some beard hair. Is the turbo for the truck? I don't know. It was 130 bucks, and I got paid for doing flame trenches on NSF, and it was a little more money than I anticipated. So that's good. It's probably because it was the flame trenches like right after one of the Starship flights where people really took care of me, Jack, and Sawyer. Yeah, I'm probably gonna trim this. It's time for a quick trim. So yeah, I got that going for me. Come on. Problem is that if this happens and you inhale it, it just gets stuck. It gets stuck. The hair gets stuck in the mucus in your throat, and yeah, it just stays there. And your body's like, "Hey, you should cough because something's stuck in your throat," and you're like, "No, it's not." And it's like, "Oh, that's good. I'm gonna make you cough anyway." Come on, man. Sorry about that. Any more and I'm probably gonna mute the mic. This is getting out of hand. Nah, I'm alright, Tessa. Just gotta clean out the pipes. Maybe I have some extra Faygo. Yeah, aggro. I know what you mean. I always got to do this in the damn dark. Just letting her coast. We are, I believe we're on this stretch right here. Yeah. I don't mind operating the train at night. It's just you guys can't really see anything. Are you supposed to derail the train? You are not supposed to derail the train. I got it. It's for your next computer. No. We have 3.14, 3,140 subs on YouTube. Tessa, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, Rocket Guy, there you go. There you go, man. No, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with it. I've never held a turbocharger in my hand, ever. So, we could build a jet engine out of it. That'd be kind of cool. For demo purposes. Or we could put it on a car. A GT35 should be a... It should be a good enough, a big enough... It should have a big enough inducer for a 5-liter engine. That should be fine. Put it on the 59 or something. Sorry, guys. Just... It's clearing out the pipes. It's getting there. Enjoying the new patch? Oh, of course, Jens. I don't know. Turbo Mr. Yak's Land Rover to make it more reliable. It's not big enough for the 460 or not, no. It's a Garrett GT35 copy. It's not. You'd need 2 of them for the 460, 1 for each bank. Please don't use that on any engine you care about. Here we go. Already with the concern trolling. Alright. I'll do whatever the hell I want to with that man. I don't like how fast we're going around this corner. Put it on the riding mower. It's too big for the riding mower. Hey, Sneaky. Put it on your head. Don't tell me what to do. Jeez. In the immortal words of Jimmy, you'll be fine. Sorry, guys. If that's getting to be too much, you let me know. It's not the sickness metric, it's after. Dude, I've had the most disgusting post-nasal drip for like the last 3 weeks. It's so ridiculous. It's like, dude, just go away. Just go away. Yeah, it's just all the snot builds up back there, and it's like you can try to hawk it up. You hawk it up, more comes. Just more of it just builds up. It's such a pain in the butt. I'm gonna mute for a little bit. Stop coughing when a lung appears. Ugh, sorry. Hey, Sawyer. That sucks. I'm doing all right. So we're up here. We're on this stretch, going down to the harbor, almost there. I got plenty of fuel. I ain't worried about that. Yeah, Sawyer, it's 60 degrees up here and raining like crazy. Alright, RC, you must have your afternoon snooze because you're old. Don't worry about it. It's just a number, dude. Remember, it ain't the age, it's the mileage. Well, let's hope that cold front stays north of me, Sawyer. There's the harbor. We can see it. So far, I've only gotten rain, dudes. gotta slow down here. We're approaching the yard. Alright. These are going to G5. Where are these ones going? Uncouple at C1. Let's load up the harbor map. Would the VAB need to be altered in order to accommodate a GS2 for SLS? I'm worried that it might, Nova. Actually, Snackless made up some, hold on. Snackless made up some renders. Some renders for me of what my New Glenn SLS lunar architecture looks like. Trust me, I'll show you guys during Space News. Yeah, we'll back in to C1S and then go forward to G. Easy peasy. Not hard. Let me set... that switch needs to go to the right. That needs to go left, that needs to go left, that needs to go left. We're set for G1. Or no, it's G5, excuse me. That's all set. Thomas mentioned all the logistical nightmares behind modding SLS. Yeah, Nova. Look, let's not kid ourselves here. Fixing anything with SLS and getting it to be useful is a logistical nightmare. This is the lesser of the logistical nightmares. No, go left out of C and back into G. No. If the rails in a junction aren't set correctly, does the train derail? It can if you go over it fast. I always set the switches for both directions, Pigeon. Been away for a bit. Does EJ plan to come back to Satisfactory soon? I kind of took a break from it this week, Dingman. We'll go back to it. Yeah. It's not, Tessa. But here. C is right there. We gotta offload these, the gas cars at C1S. Those are on the back of the train. That means I pull the train down here, and then we back it into C. And then we go forward to G, offload the trailers there, and then we're good to go. Then find a mission that goes to city south. What happens if you derail? You have to use the walkie-talkie to recover it. The C switches to the left, not the right. I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. You must have saw something incorrectly. Entirely up to you, Nova. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay, I'll take care of it. Running. Why does that damn car like making that stupid noise all the time? C1S was already set correctly, Tessa. No, they should be sneaky. It doesn't hiss all the time. It only I've heard that that's the second time I've heard one of these rail cars do that. How's the storm where you're at? It's pretty windy, Jim, but all rain. You should be able to hear it. I have the mic compressor off on purpose so people could hear the coziness. The train noise must be drowning it out, guys. I gotta get to the back of the train fast to stop it. It's already clear the switch. That's normal. That poor key. Oh yeah, you guys are probably hearing all of it. You're probably hearing the, you know, because the compressor's off. You know what? I'll turn the compressor back on if you guys can't hear the rain. You think this game is better to play in VR, desktop or VR? I like playing it in VR, Sneaky. The thing is it's hard. I gotta configure OVR drop for, so I can see Twitch and YouTube chat easily. I liked playing this game in VR. It added an element to the game that I just, yeah. It's a lot easier for me to see things because I can, like, hand operate the controls and look in another direction. So you can, like, look out the window of the locomotive, right? And, you can look out the window of the locomotive and operate the controls, which is super cool. No, you can't get obliterated by your own train. Yeah, they changed the design for them, and I saw that. I'm like, okay. Boat. 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 Am I sure they want this on C1S? There's trains on that already. It's my boat. Hope we have enough room. There's just like a singular flat car down there. Okay, stupid question. Do train locomotives have a duplicated cab front and back? Some of them do. Some of them have two cabs. Yeah. Some have two cabs. Some have a cab in the center. A single cab in the center. Some have a cab up front. Some have cabs out back, like a steam locomotive, dude. Dude, we're not fitting this whole thing on this siding without bonking that damn flat car. What the hell is that thing? There's just one flat car just chilling down here. Effectively, no U.S. locomotives do cabs. What? There's an Amtrak locomotive that does that. The electric Amtrak. That thing. Unless I'm looking at this wrong and it doesn't have that. Those are nice. But they're no, I mean, they're no F40PH. That's why I said effectively. I got you, CPM. And don't bash the toaster. Even if it is inferior to the F40PH. Yeah, there you go, attaboy. You got gifted a sub for that. Thank you, Nova. Who made the AEM7? Oh, it's EMD. Yep. Okay. Dude, that's so depressing. That paragraph. I can't believe we didn't prop up our passenger rail service. That's the dumbest thing we've ever done. Well, scratch that. That was, in terms of transportation, that one wasn't the smartest idea. It won't derail, we'll just push it around nearly with its brakes on. That was definitely up there, dude. Not subsidizing passenger rail service and letting the railroads basically try and compete against the airplane was really stupid. That's a hindsight 2020 thing, though. They didn't know at the time. Hey, Chief. 74 months. Wish I could experience the golden age of passenger rail. Yeah, we gotta give it another push. Hey, Rallius, what's up? You choose rail over flying any day. Yeah, I know. A lot of people would. A lot of people would, Alex, man. Like, I don't know what you... I'm sure a lot of people would at the time, too. No, I haven't. I'm probably not going to set up a train around the tree, Jared, because Titan will crash on it. Dedicated track, which would be super expensive to figure it out. How to get freight companies to actually let the trains take priority. Sneaky. Dude, trains are the same. It's the same thing as NASA, dude. It's the same damn thing. Oh, you know, figure out, make new right-of-ways, which is too expensive. Oh, we can't do that. That's too expensive. Bull crap, you can't do that. Oh, it's too expensive. Yeah, okay. Sure. Sure it is. You know, like, dude, you think building the Transcontinental Railroad was cheap? Like, I hate how we carry this notion nowadays that anything that's difficult to do is going to be something that, oh, well, we can't do it. It's too expensive. That's how Boeing got in the position that it's in. You know, like, dude, why? Like, let's not pretend here, dude. Any significant investment in a high-speed rail is going to be an expensive endeavor. Like, let's not kid ourselves. Late-stage capitalism? No, that's not it. It's entropy more than anything, but. Because any high-speed rail endeavor, you're starting from scratch. You are starting from scratch. I mean, you're going to have to electrify the railway, right? Are we using electric high-speed or are we using diesel high-speed rail? Is that even a thing? It's a thing in Florida with Brightline. If it's going to be the government paying for it, right, I would want American locomotives. So now you have to subsidize high-speed rail industries. Like I said, this bullcrap like, oh, we'll buy the high-speed rail from someone is stupid. That's the state subsidizing another country's business, which I don't... No, I don't like that. I really don't like it. I hate that the Acela is just not made here. That's stupid. Like, opting for a cheaper design in that regard, dude? Oh, well, we're gonna save money if we use something that's off the shelf. If it's from another country, right? Like if it's a German train or something, like that defeats the whole purpose of this, in my opinion. Actually, it's not my opinion. It does. It defeats the whole damn purpose. Build the trains here, get your jobs programs rolling, make it work for you, and 10, 15 years, the thing will start making money. Yeah, it's made in New York from a foreign freaking business, dude. You know what I mean. No. Bring back Alco. Right? Alco, PRR, whatever. Yeah, I get... Whatever. Never mind. I don't want to talk about it anymore. No. Why? No. Like, that's the kind of stuff, dude, you want this stuff to be effective, right? It's gonna need more cash up front, but your long-term dividends there are gonna pay out after 20 years. Basically, start building your own domestic high-speed rail service. That's what we need to do. And build it up enough, basically like commercial crew. Basically commercial crew. But you don't have to worry about it because Amtrak is not ever going to make their locomotives in-house. Right? That's never happening. Right? So, basically, you need redundant, dissimilar, high-speed rail architecture here. And if you're going to go that far, if you're going to go and you're going to do all of that, you might as well make them here. And that'll set you up eventually. If we can make a lot of them and we can mass produce, we outproduce people, that'll eventually make it so people are buying our trains again instead of us buying their trains again. And everybody says like, oh, who's going to buy our train? Well, there was a time where everyone bought our trains. Case in point. And most of them are still running. High-speed rail in the U.S. will never happen. Well, I was certainly thinking about it like that, and is never going to make it happen, Bunny. I'm not sure what that contributes to this conversation, but all right. I do agree, though, that high-speed rail from, like, Los Angeles to New York is stupid. High-speed rail needs to be regional. It needs to be regional to be profitable. You try to subsidize an entire high-speed rail network across the entire continental span of the United States, you're asking for failure. It needs to be localized, and high-speed rail is correlated to population density. If it's not correlated to population density, it will always operate at a loss. Because why take high-speed rail from New York to Los Angeles when you could take a plane? High-speed rail, even operating at maximum speed, it's going to take days to get over there. Why do that? If that's what you're saying, then yes, I agree. I've heard of Via, yeah. Mm-hmm. How regional are we talking? 1,000-mile for the entire line maximum, Eddie. That's the point, give or take, where trains stop making sense and planes start making sense. Basically, if you have high-speed rail covering your regional, on top of your airline, you can still take the airline if you really want to, right? Any regional flight that takes less than 2 hours, you could do with high-speed rail and probably do it quicker. Cars can do New York to Los Angeles in like 26 hours. Why can't high speed? A high-speed train going 350 kph will do coast to coast in 13 hours. And that's basing it off of, I mean, a plane goes 500, dude. A plane goes 500 miles an hour. Like, that's still way quicker. Like, why bother? I'm talking like from the East Coast probably to the Mississippi River Delta, and that's about it. Don't go any further than that. So, like, high-speed rail from New York to Chicago, or Boston to Detroit, or Detroit to Toronto, or Toronto to Boston, or, yeah, that's it. Basically, the loop that you see posted on X all the time. That's what makes the most sense. You didn't put the brakes on the tankers, thank you. I'll go over there and take care of that. High-speed rail from New York to Atlanta. That's at the upper echelons of what you should be doing. No, Montreal. Yeah, you'd need to go Toronto to Montreal, then down from there. That makes more sense. Coast to coast high-speed rail isn't about Los Angeles to New York. It's about the towns in between. IMO, you need to incentivize people to live in the middle and not have megalopolis problems like in the UK or Japan. We already did that in the 30s, Viados. We already have the population spread. You know why? You know how all those people got out there? Trains. We've already done that part, dude. This should have been an easy W 50 freaking years ago, but yet here we are. But then again, you can't really blame them at the time. Because at the time, dudes, the airplane was the new hotness. The airplane, why use... I mean, they didn't give a frick about carbon emissions or anything. The airplane is the most convenient by a long shot. You got to remember, this is a time where, you know, before security and everything, you just walk on an airplane. Like, you could walk on a bus. Right? What? Why? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you? Why would you use that over anything? Right? So I can see why they let the trains fail. They didn't know any better, but you know, there's pointing out problems and then there's trying to fix it. How much is an LA to New York average plane ride on Spirit? 500 bucks? 400 bucks? Thing is that most of the 13 colonies, part of the Atlantic Coast high-speed rail, isn't full all the way electrified. It's electrified from Boston to DC, dude. Why train when this? Because noise? Ando, I do believe right now, like, regular speed quote-unquote rail, so like something that goes 200 kph or something, probably lesser than that, like 160 kph, a coast-to-coast Amtrak ticket is more expensive than a damn plane ticket. And it takes days. There's no point. Yeah, none of that makes sense when you have an airplane. Even if we built, like, okay, so the point is that if we're gonna do high-speed rail, like, here's what I would do. Tunnels. Tunnel the damn thing. We don't have right of way, oh, that's a big problem. Just tunnel it. Just make it in tunnels. Where where you have to. High population centers, just put it in the ground. That's what they did in New York, it works. Is that going to be expensive? Yeah, sure. Is it going to be more expensive than displacing all the people that you're going to need to put in the right of way for a high-speed rail line? Yeah, probably less expensive. And tunnels are very expensive. Yeah, put the stupid thing in the ground when you get near population centers. You can have the tracks as straight as you want for as long as you want. Yeah, there you go, Simon. Yeah. Planning high-speed rails in Poland right now, and we'll have one going all the way under a big city because it's the easiest. Yeah. And that's the thing. That's my reasoning, dude. Europe was all retrofitted with high-speed rail. What did they do? Well, it uses regular tracks when it gets near the city. It doesn't go terribly fast. But you guys untangled that mess and applied high-speed rail to your railroad network, and your railroad network's older than ours is. Meanwhile, we're sitting over here making excuses. I'm sick of that, dude. It's so stupid. Oh, well, we can't do that because of this. We can't do that because of this. We can't do that because of this. We can't do that because the fish will get mad. Like, it's, dude. Like, come on. It's so frustrating sometimes, dude. Bye-bye. Spirit leaving EWR to LAX is 147 for the 13th. Bruh. Most high-speed rail stations here in Europe are underground. By the way, take a look at the Stuttgart case as a failed example. Yeah, everything is too hard and too expensive. Yeah, exactly, Jim. I'm sick of this. Like, bro, when is it an American thing to just make a bunch of excuses? That's gross. I don't like that at all. I don't do that. I wasn't raised to make excuses like that. That's not, dude, are you kidding me? We're us and we can't go. If we wanted to, we could crank it out real quick. Just like if we wanted to, we could build a freaking city on the freaking moon. Okay, cool. Let's go to the job office here. Set the brake on this. Columbia, we have 8 of the top 10 longest car tunnels in all of America. Nice solution for many reasons. Too bad we really left trains behind. Yeah, so did we, man. Okay, cool. We're uncoupled. Let's bring this, go over to the job office. Not sure how to revive the American spirit so we can do stuff. Well, it starts with conversations like this, CPM. I'm a spaceflight fan first and foremost, and dude, to see what they did to the space program is almost as sad as what happened to our rail networks, or our passenger rail networks. Like Penn Central, dude. What a... Who thought that was a good idea? Just freaking ended. Like, oh my goodness. Do you know how much technical skill was lost when Penn Central folded? Like, oh, it's so frustrating, dude. Yeah, exactly. There isn't I can't, there is I won't. And they want Phoenix to get rid of public transportations like its buses and a light rail system, and they funded expansion. Like, dude, we should be expanding highways. We should be expanding everything. Everything! Don't put all your eggs in one basket. The fact that we champion the vehicles so much, and don't get me wrong, I'm saying that as a car guy. The fact that we champion freaking vehicles so much, that's great. We should be doing that with trains, too. You telling me we don't have the bandwidth to do that with everything, with planes, and we're doing it with planes and cars. We're maximizing plane usage and we're maximizing car usage. We can do both of those at the same time. Why can't we do that with trains? It's ridiculous. Like, it's you know what it is? It's freaking embarrassing. Like, just embarrassing, dude. American politics getting in the way of innovation. Yeah, Infinite, everybody says that. Everybody says it's politics. Everybody says it's politics. It's politics getting in the way. It's politics getting in the way. Dude, who puts those politics in place? It starts with us, dude. We gotta want it. We gotta want it, man. Anyway, I don't like talking about this, dudes. Let's just have fun with our trains, okay? I watched the T1 Trust video yesterday, Art. Very cool. Just got to get this thing out in front of this switch. Cool. All right, let's head back to. Let's take the locomotives and the slug. Let's take them back. We should also bring back airships. Why? Why are we... No. Well, yes, I want Zeppelins to come back. Well, that's all fine and dandy, but this whole thing depends on a use case. High-speed rail can be useful as a redundancy to the aircraft. You allow more mobility, you allow more mobility by people being able to, have options, like a train or a plane or whatever, right? If you allow that mobility on top of the automobile, right, my point is that high-speed rail brings something to the table. What the hell do Zeppelins bring to the table? Nothing. What do they do better than anything else? Right? High-speed Zeppelin. Yeah, they got a word for that. It's called an airplane. They advertise well. They burn better. Okay, so there isn't one. Cody, I don't know if you guys talked about it, but there's a company called Brightline. I know about Brightline. Yeah, I was in Florida a little earlier this year. I saw them shoot down SR-528, which is actually super cool. Yep. What do I even troll? There's nobody to troll. Regulations, safety regulations in the automotive industry is basically forced, safety and emissions and everything is basically forced every automotive manufacturer to make the same damn thing. That's why every car looks like an egg with wheels. Man, we don't make cars, we just make eggs with wheels. We make crossover SUVs, which is basically just a lifted car that's bad at being a car and bad at being a utility vehicle. But it's an egg. No ticket, yeah, right? At least Tesla makes a damn car. all I'm saying. Oh, I saw you remind me of a young Harrison Ford. Me? Jared? You know, you guys could say, you know, just didn't say Cybertruck out in the winter, just don't Cybertruck. You know, you got, the funny thing is that you guys are proving my point. And Cybertruck is an avant-garde design. It's designed to look ridiculous, right? Everybody hates on it. Everyone hates on it because it doesn't look like everything else. You're the exact thing that I'm talking about. Anytime any automaker at this point tries to do anything that isn't an egg with wheels, they get contempt from everyone. Just saying. Made it to Hazen, Pennsylvania. Snow here is batting down. It's coming your way. I know. Yeah, I know, dude. A PT Cruiser did that too. You know, and the thing is that a PT Cruiser is just a Dodge Neon with a different body. If cars are eggs, we should drive them with a yoke. Okay. I'm not... This conversation is done. How's the stream going? Good, good. Alright, let's get out of here. We're out of time. I wanted to go look for a job, but it's okay. I think we should be okay just pushing this thing straight through. You didn't tighten the fastener? Oh, thank you. Yeah, let's push this out of here. I'm gonna try to get us back to the city south here. It's just a quick jaunt right here, from right there to right there. Anyway, guys, sorry, I don't mean to get too preachy about the railroads. I don't like that we're not gonna do that. You know, everybody seems to have this like pseudo business savviness to them, and I find it insufferable. Get to City South and Space News. That's the plan. The HHR was designed by the same guy who did the PT Cruiser. How's the factory going? I've been taking a break from that this week, Willie. I want to play with trains. The Christmas date probably isn't going to happen, dude. But, yeah, we'll figure it out. Maybe one day I try being sufferable. Yeah, no. You have to be... The whole point, James, is to become so famous that you actually become infamous. You have to be... I put infamous. Infamous? Happy birthday, Black. You couldn't join earlier because of birthday with your family. I had a couple of... We hauled a couple of things that basically subsidized the cost of bringing the D6 and the Slug all the way up to the machine factory and back. We got parts for our D6. We're going to drop them off. And, yeah, then it's time for space news. You become so flammable, you become inflammable. Yes. Me too, son. I walk away and I'm like, oh, okay. You missed my Dr. Nick reference. I just... Never mind. You missed my Three Amigos reference. So there. Bring back G-Tells. You want a K-truck? Yeah, we all do. So I have to ask, since you're a proper rail fan, you ever done model railroading? If so, what scales? I don't have anything set up at my house right now, CPM. I have O gauge and HO. More O gauge than anything. So, yeah, guilty. I actually was at the not the flea market. I was at a thrift shop the other day, and I found a old O gauge, an old O gauge DC 240 set, which is pretty cool. Good man, three rail superiority. I liked HO growing up because it was the closest scale to Hot Wheels cars, but as I get older, I really enjoy O gauge. If I were to get a K, would it be worthwhile to put a bigger engine in them? Get a bit more speed? You want to go faster in a K truck? You don't want to go faster in a K truck, Eddie. No, just buy it and drive it. Dude, going like 70 miles an hour in a K truck is sketchy. With that short wheelbase, that's a little sus, a little sketchy. Are you familiar with the channel called Eric's Trains? No. What's the engine you are carrying for? It's for a D6, son. It's for one of these things. It's one of these motors for the demo locomotive. the bogies, the game is having trouble understanding the physics here because I'm pushing technically. Number 20, we're in number 16 right now. Number 20 is the only locomotive that's on right now. It's pushing technically. I got my blue Eat, Sleep, Launch, Repeat shirts on order. You know, but yeah, that's what I got on. Eat, Sleep, Launch, Repeat. Yeah, the game was having a little bit of trouble there. Designing on the gauge is a big con to starting the hobby for me in my analysis paralysis brain. Well, Driados, O-gauge stuff is a little bit of a bigger scale. It's a little bit easier to work with, but it's also more expensive. HO, smaller gauge, you could build a bigger layout in the same amount of space, right? Easier entry point. It's really the truth. I mean, how big of a layout do you want to make? Yeah, I have my model trains. They're up. I have them in the basement, but yeah, they're just on a shelf right now. They're on a shelf on rails, but the rails aren't powered. Actually, a viewer a little while back, a good buddy of mine, Electron, in chat, actually gave me a the Rock livery GP38 O gauge, which is a really nice locomotive. Yeah. You got HO yourself, but your dad prefers N. N is alright, Blazing. Yeah, you could certainly build a big layout with N, but yeah. Like I said, I liked HO growing up because HO is in scale with Matchbox cars. So when I was a lot younger, didn't just have the train set going around in a circle. I built entire cities. That explains a lot. I would want everything in scale, so the cars had to be scaled correctly to the trains. But if I had something that wasn't in scale, I'd put it back in the toy box. It's close enough, Jared. Yeah. Why did we never develop nuclear powered trains? Irradiating your crew has a lot to do with it, John. I have an S-gauge train, Dink, from 1955. It's a New Haven double cab, and the catenaries work, which is pretty good, man. That's at my parents' house. Yeah. Yeah, if you have electrified rail, you guys got to remember, you have electrified rail and the train goes up a hill. When it goes down the hill, the train can backfeed. You can backfeed into the grid and scavenge power. So like if you have like a nuclear power plant with like a Tesla power wall or something, powering your electric trains, right? Every time that electric train goes down the hill, it can scavenge and dump the power into localized battery banks. So your NPP can run more efficiently. Or, I mean, it doesn't even have to be nuclear. It could be any power plant. It could be solar. I don't think solar is enough to generate the power that you need, though, unless employed in mass. With the weight of the freight already, wouldn't the shielding be negligible? I guess, John, but... Yeah, probably, but there, once again, you know, it seems like a good idea, but what I'm not an expert on this by any means, but one thing I have noticed, if it seems like a good idea and nobody's doing it, there's a very good reason. Gravity batteries, Kurlani, there you go. Is it bad if part of me is like, the motor's getting all wet? No. Wait, does that imply we need to have bad ideas? Sometimes. You gotta have bad ideas to know when the good ideas happen. Yeah, sure. Yeah. You know, I'll send that out there. I'll leave that out there. James, yeah. I think that's right. I think Bob Ross said that. That's correct, John, yeah. You can backfeed. Mm-hmm. Electric trains can backfeed into the grid. That's a lot of energy to be scavenged. What's that, Tessa? Remember, I'm on a time crunch, dude. Yep, there you go. The infinity train. Yep, stay powered basically indefinitely. Good idea. Stopping to smell the roses. Bad idea. Stopping to feel the roses. Yeah, but what if you want to know how the roses feel? Everybody looks and admires the roses, but nobody asks how they feel. What about them? SMH my face. What the hell's that thing? That ain't mine. Yonk! 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 Level crossing. I'm the king of the world. Look, Ken, I'm flying. I'm flying, chat. I'm the king of the train. How good were Alco diesels? The best. I hit the wrong button. It offloaded it automatically, dude. Okay. So my D6 is right there. Let's fund the restoration, shall we? 10 grand. There's my receipt. That down there. Repair and refuel. Guess it didn't like that. Okay. Forward, forward, forward. Hey, Uncle Sean. What's up, buddy? So no space news, huh? Usually starts at 5, but oh well. Trying to catch some EJ rant before sleep. Pepe Sage. Space news has started at 5:30 for like the past month, Rudy. I don't know what you want me to say with that comment. Like, what was the purpose of that comment? It's been starting at 5:30 for a long time now, actually. Don't worry, we're doing space news today. I'm just putting my trains away. I'm putting the toys back in the toy box. And then we'll space news. Dave, just wanted to give a small end of the year thanks. Especially the space stuff. He helped keep you out of trouble. Hey, right on, Dave. It's good to see you, man. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Stand at the entrance, you can control the turntable with page up and page down. Yeah, so? Then I gotta walk all the way over there. I don't wanna walk all the way over there, man. But don't worry, space news will happen. Oh, sorry, I'm sleepy yet. When I don't catch them live, I got the VOD playing in the background. Sometimes my coworkers hear you scream out, like during the Jared Isaacman news. Thanks, bro. It's all good, man. I'm like, no, hey, just ask me if we're running space news today, dude. I'll tell you. So we got to get these two, the slug, and this onto the turntable. I got to use number 20 to put the slug off to the side, and then number 20 to get the demo unit refueled and rebuilt. And then we'll have our own D6. Yeah, shouldn't take more than a couple minutes. How big are the ball bearings on the turntable? It uses tapered bearings. Well, I mean, it depends on the turntable design. So how a lot of turntables work, Seakraken, is that there's a rail on the very outside of this, underneath the turntable, that goes around in a circle, right? And the turntable just has a bunch of train wheels on it. So technically a tapered bearing. Here, we'll use the page up, page down this time, Sean. Hey, Pats fan, what's up? Stop it. No. I missed one. Alright, we're gonna put the slug. Excuse me. Do we have a pull valve here on the slug? Nope. It looks like it doesn't. Oh, yep, there it is. Yeah, you want to do that. That evacs all the pneumatic pressure out of this thing, just to be absolutely sure. Or you could do that way. It doesn't really matter. Hey, Jam! 117 months. Thanks, man. Okay, now we go forward.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
370 kilometers an hour on the straights in Formula 3 level speeds in the corners. Abysmal downforce. Yeah, they'll figure it out, dude. Alright. There's my D6. Hey, Moose. All right, let's use our workhorse, number 20. Let's back it up. Is love like oxygen corrosive and explosive? Oh. Hey, you're quackers. Missed it by that much. It's okay, chat. We got it now. Cut the brakes out. No, keep them cut. All right, let's pull. Pull her out. Any advantage to owning the train engines? Sig, what people have told me, I mean, it's cool. You can customize them, and your customization on the locomotive is permanent, not just like the paint and stuff. But I've heard that it's easier to keep them. If the upkeep is easier. Excuse me. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh. That's why I don't like using page up and page down with the stupid turntable, because you can't see where the damn thing is going. Right. See how expensive this gets. Fill it with repair juice. I'm working on it. All right. Okay, let's fire it up. Let's open this up. Okay, all circuits are on. Prime the system. We gotta prime the mechanical injector here. Pre-pump should be good. Yeah, ups. Yeah, Coltec, I left. Yeah, alright. Just ignore that part. It's alive! It's alive!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And that's where we leave derail for right now. Hey, Matt, 117 months. What's up, dude? Yeah, that's my locomotive, dude. You can buy and, well, not buy, you find and restore locomotives in this game, dude, now. Like, you can do that. I already restored, that one. Oh, yeah. Blue D4, or DH4. We gotta paint that thing, but are there NPCs in this game? No. Maybe in the future. I'm gonna leave it crusty? Probably not, but we're out of time. Space News should have started 4 minutes ago. This feels very dangerous for you. Yes. Alright, here. Let's, shut her off. Switches down. And then we'll, put 20 to sleep for a little while. Until we play again tomorrow. Okay, 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 okay. Shut that up, shut that off, shut that off. Fuel cut out. Okay, she's just sleeping for a little while. Or after Space News? No, we have Hearts of Iron to play. So, I wonder if we can paint... I don't know if you could paint the slug, but either way. So we have 16 just hanging out. You ever gonna try driving the steam locomotives? Steam locomotives mod check? Alright, cool. Override save. Cool. I usually take a break now, but we ain't doing that today. We got to start up Space News. So, on the YouTube side of things, you guys know the drill. Expect a momentary loss of signal. Stream should come right back. On the Twitch side of things, give me about 5 minutes while I deal with that. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed Derail. We will be back tomorrow to paint that D6. But don't worry, still plenty of stream left. We got Space News and Hearts of Iron. Should have another, like, I don't know, 5-6 hours to stream. Should be a good time. All right, I will see you in a moment.